Everyone, welcome to the Tuesday, September 26, 2023 Winchester Select Board meeting. I'm the chair of the Select Board. With me this evening, Anthea Brady, members John Fallon, Michael Betancourt, and Michelle Pryor, as well as Town Manager Beth Rudolph. So before we get to our business agenda and before our regular scheduled audience probably joins us around 7:30, we're going to go through some goals. Some goal setting work that we've been doing in a couple of different sessions that I know Anthea and Michelle have been great to lead us on. I think at table also, it looks like Beth, you've put together some goals, draft goals and objectives that we could probably spend a little time on as well if we have a little extra few minutes tonight, Michelle and Anthea, just to review. And Beth, you can kind of walk us through those when we get there. Sure. But at this point, I'll turn it over to Anthea and Michelle, and we'll spend about 40 or so minutes on this.
So do you want me to be pulling up? That's the PDF. Yep. We're going to pull up PowerPoint. We're going to try to edit. We're going to walk through.
No, neither are editable. So they're static.
So my question to you is that I also have
The PowerPoint version?
no
The
Word doc.
your version, Word doc. That is editable.
this one
Yep.
is up there.
But if we take a look at this version before us and the one at table, you can kind of, so I just took the content that we had in the Word document, and what you'll see, were you looking at the Word document and this one, the desired outcome was over here on the left, and so now you'll see that that's on the right hand side, and so everything is kind of driving towards that specific outcome. We have the inputs on the left-hand side, activities, outputs, and then outcomes, short, middle, and long, where they were present. So on the first pages, I did like some light color coding by the grouping. So economic development and building community, 4 different shades of yellow, or gold. The thing that I found as I was putting this together is looking at it, we fleshed things out pretty well in this first area and also in this second area, improved constituent services. We kind of had some threads there. If you want to scroll just to the next page. Arrow through.
Arrow down.
Yeah.
There we go.
So it really, have a nice kind of direction there in the green, and you can also see, there's some places where consistent delivery of service, our arrows, or internal processes, our arrows are kind of also pointing to more than one thing, so it's kind of helpful in like what is leading to what. Then if you flip to the blue page and to the purple page, where we kind of like get to Easter colors, that's probably where we need to focus in on, and just starting to fill in some of these gaps, looking at what we have and considering, what are these other things that would sort of fill in the blanks here. Are there things that, looking at this as a whole, we can put in terms of inputs or outputs? Are there specific outcomes that we want to look at? Or, is this something that is maybe a future step and we want to start to consider it, down the road? So, next summer, that's something that we take a look at and start to fill in, because we have a lot here.
Yeah, we kind of have like at least one pretty well fleshed out thread or swim lane per goal.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not trying to tackle 12 specific outcomes in a year, right? So the fact that we are looking at staff departures, if we go top half of this page, strategies for staff turnover and knowledge transfer, if we don't tackle that this year, but we look at capacity and, balancing requests and demands on this page, and we look at a fleet management plan and facilities, because we know that CPA on a previous page has a strategy. Like, we could decide, CPA is down here, we have some gray space in the middle. So we have some pretty well fleshed out swim lanes at the sort of top or middle of each of these, and we can decide if we wanna spend more time drilling down on how, or flesh out activities, cause I imagine our outputs and our inputs could be different even if we waited a year on town administration type goals. If we have different things, different tools in our disposal, or we can just decide to pick off an activity or two. We didn't wanna commit to multiple and just truly try to decide and assign some timelines and outputs, so.
Yes. I'll take 2, please.
All right, why don't you
Right?
start us off?
Which one do you like, John? Pick your color, pick your page.
I think John's a purple guy.
I want to use one for learning, right? No, seriously, like, go through this and like, hey,
Hey,
it's worked or not so much. So I'm more of a blue person, right? So, but it's not as much fun necessarily. It's the, develop a fiscal plan for the town, desired outcome, right? You asked me, but there's others. It's a community, Michelle.
it
Right.
is. We're giving you exclusive access and decision-making authority. We gotta vote for fiscal plan. Back
But I'm not married to that. Like, I'll do whatever. I'm just excited to try 1 or 2 of these.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we have on CPA on our agenda, I think, like, for that last one on the blue, right now, just in terms of outputs, we could also, pretty easily, you know, fill in some of the things here. So I think that question mark there is pretty easy to put some stuff into.
And I think you could say the same for the purple at the back, the recurring funding for long-term recurring funding for long-term recurring capital.
Yep. So one thing that jumped out at me, if we go back to first page, potentially, is the work we're gonna be doing on communication plan, right, which will happen, so how well do we wanna take sort of the fourth line, call center, and, you know, take the outputs of that plan and identify some additional outcomes, because we will have a plan within 6 to 12 months, that's kind of our short term.
Right.
So potentially use it with, you know, additional communication efforts, so some implementation potentially out of that plan, which would be some of those short-term outcomes, midterm outcomes, and that's work that will likely kind of just go, but we could certainly put some diligence around it, what we wanna see in terms of the scope, in terms of actionable recommendations. So that seems like it's gonna have some legs because it's already underway. So we're doing that one.
Yeah, and I think just filling in filling in some things there, that we can kind of work with that group to say, you know, what are these outcomes? What are these things
What's
that
the roadmap?
that we're gonna take out of the communication plan and start doing, that we can then put in here and say that we are measuring that and it's helping us to get to here at the end of the day.
Rich, Mike, any favorites?
I said the purple one.
What's that?
I said the purple one.
Oh, that's true, you did. Got another one?
We start with purple and then, start with the purple one and then maybe talk to the, I guess it's tan, it was orange, so talk to the tan one on the same page, because I think that probably also overlaps with, Beth's document and thinking of like I mean, that's when there's clearly some sort of deeper connection between what's happening in town hall and what's a sort of select board priority. Do you want me to talk about
Yeah.
what I did?
I was gonna say, we got like a half hour left,
So,
so.
Yeah, looks like you mapped some, so if you can maybe talk us through.
I took your goal categories, right, so each of the blue headers at the top, that's on the left-hand side, I didn't
Yep.
expand to everything that was stated here. And then I took each of the desired outcomes, and I put the items that I'm working on under each of those items. I just started, I didn't put too much detail in, because I wanted to make sure this was like the general direction that we were comfortable with before I put a lot into it. So I'm happy to take feedback, but just kind of lay out, several of the items. Obviously, there's a lot of items happening under affordable housing. Some of them are more open-ended. Some of them have a very clear output, like the update to the housing production plan. And then the communications plan that we're working on, some of the existing communications work that I'm already doing with the town manager's weekly newsletter, and then I have quarterly updates I've been doing over at the Jenks Center. The next one is this Thursday, actually. So I'm happy to go through all of this, or, we can just talk about the general kind of format.
Well, we have Michelle Favorite on here, governance. I'm surprised you didn't ask about that. Right? Last
We'll get to
meeting.
it anyway. It's already on Beth's list. Winchester 101.
Yep.
I read ahead. It's already there.
Thoughts on this? I mean,
So Beth, I think to the extent that, I like the format, clearly you mapped it back. We have some things that we know are underway, so I'm not asking Anthea to put more colors, but some of these specific steps, right? Could get shaded, like underway, whether they get lines or they get a grid, that these are sort of our actions that are already being taken. Beth has some current status, so I'm not suggesting, Beth's could be kind of the status report, how are we doing? This could be what are the additional outcomes, so we get through the first year, then what, and then what, right? We don't wanna build Beth's work plan out for 2 or 3 years, but what do we see? Some of these are foundational steps, and then what's next? So we could certainly take the fact that you've already got, we knew you had some of these things underway, right? So you're gonna do Winchester 101, so we hadn't really necessarily fleshed out what that looks like, but we could come up with a table of contents or these goals of that. But we could use Beth's report as the status, and I think we could take our color-coded goals and at least highlight or hash somehow that these are underway. And then for things like the financial plan, we have a budget process, but what else do we wanna get? We should spend some time at a future meeting around what does that look like? What does the output of that plan look like? Just like, what is the Winchester 101? What should the table of contents for that be? What are we trying to convey?
And I think in terms of the financial plan, it's not just what is the output, but what is the process to get us to that outcome? So, does the board want to try to hold a financial summit like we did last year on a Saturday? What's the kind of communication and, dialogue that we want to have over the coming months as we, lead up to that February 15th budget deadline for me at least?
And this is partially just my personal preference, but what I think would be helpful here is also including a time frame, because I know there's things on here that are obviously not like gonna happen this calendar year, or they might start in 2024, but we know it's not something that's gonna be completed at that time. So having just that time frame will also help us in looking at this and saying like, I don't know if we were all abducted by aliens and there was a new select board and they came in and looked at this document and they were like, oh, well, it's July of 2024 and the town manager hasn't done any of this. It's because we don't expect all of this to be done within that time frame.
So Beth, from your standpoint, what direction do you need from this board or succeeding boards? Because maybe likely the next board's gonna have ranked these desired outcomes differently, and then your head will be going, oh my goodness gracious, right? So how do we keep the ship going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quarterly check-ins, I think, on these items to make sure that the areas that I'm prioritizing are still the areas that
the board wants to be prioritized. I
Yep.
mean, some of this stuff, just, like, I have a February 15th deadline to deliver a budget, so
Yeah.
it has to get done, right? But, you know, some of the other, like, in terms of affordable housing, right, there's several items on this list. Are there a few that we want to prioritize as kind of higher priority? Obviously, there's 2 major projects that are already ongoing, but some of the ones that have, you know, haven't had much progress, do we want to start working on some of those? That type of feedback. And then, you know, obviously, the capital piece as part of the financial plan, I think, is critical. So as you get to the infrastructure goal, there's really an overlap between that infrastructure goal and the financial plan or the fiscal
Yep.
goal. So integrating those two and figuring out how we are able to attain that infrastructure goal within the financial plan.
So then would you recommend, because it's easy to get distracted.
Yeah.
All the things that come up in the course of a day. Not for you personally, I'm just saying for us. You
Oh,
know,
no,
it's the shiny- it's the
include me
shi-
personally.
Right, it's the shiny penny syndrome, is that to have a standing, and it's, you remind the chair, look at, you know, it's the first meeting in March and whatever, you know, every quarter, that we're gonna spend 45 minutes or whatever that is. I just think that if we do that, then it's gonna be much more productive and we'll have more success achieving our desired outcomes.
Sure.
Absent that, I just don't really,
Yep.
I think it's gonna be a lot of effort, but maybe not a lot of results.
Makes sense.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, yeah.
I agree.
So I just want to note that I added another category at the bottom, which I think these are important things that are happening in town. I didn't necessarily have a way to fit them into, and you can tell me if you think they fit into other categories that I didn't put them in. So a big one that we're going to have to do over the next, next really 6 to 8 months is this MBTA 3A zoning requirement that the planning board's been working on. So I believe the planning board chair is planning to come into a future select board meeting to kind of give us an update on that. And then obviously, a lot of my time and my staff's time is taken up by construction projects that are not Winchester projects, right? So the MBTA mineral station, which obviously is a critical need for our community, and also the Eversource 345 kV project, which is taking a lot of everybody's time. So these are items
A lot
that,
of time.
you know, we have to understand and kind of work into our overall staffing levels, because they're not things that the town initiated, but they're things that we have to react to and be able to manage.
So one thing I'd say on that transit-oriented zoning one, it's up in, planning board output. It's the second swim lane.
Which goal is that?
First goal, economic development, building community.
No.
Yeah.
It's the short-term outcome, and that
Okay.
second swim lane. Find a home for one of your orphans. Good news. And the other ones just do seem like other, right? I mean, it can fall back, I'm not sure we need to find a home for those, but it's taking time from you and town resources, right? So there's an administrative impact on those other construction projects, and it's potentially impacting infrastructure, as in like physical qualities of the town. So I'm not sure it needs to land. I think it's important to capture that it's taking, you know, a certain amount of time and attention from you and DPW and other department heads on a weekly basis that are not being driven by us, not prioritized by us, but that we have to react to. So it's certainly under the administrative kind of workforce-y goal. So I think it could be, it's an input, it's an activity, if you wanted to throw it under your administrative goal too. Or keep it there, we have it, either way. But thanks for putting it on, because it's
Yeah, sure.
certainly
Yeah.
impactful, right?
I think another area, which is kind of like peppered in throughout where some of these specific things come in with town meeting, but also, like, we all know town meeting is not, it's not just 4 nights, right?
It's a huge amount
There's
of
a
work.
lot that goes into it, and there's a lot that goes into it in your office as well. So considering, like, are there other big recurring ongoing things that are happening that sort of make sense to have, maybe not even necessarily in an other category, but they're like the, I want to use the word infrastructure, but not in this, like, buildings and streets infrastructure, but infrastructure of, like,
Yeah.
the running of the town.
It's almost like if you took this, we happen to be on this page, right? If you took the second swim lane in the orange, whatever color we're calling this, and you just did succession planning, again, we have some blanks, but if an output of that, the first one, like Winchester 101 is how to do business for an outsider coming in. You could have preparing for town meeting, like the town hall guide, which is different from Mary Ellen's for town meeting members, but like truly, warrant articles, language, review of warrant articles for appropriateness, convening with other boards and chairs, publishing deadlines, like that could be an output in that line, which could support knowledge transfer, right, and some succession planning is, this is how we prepare for town meeting. Like that could be an artifact for the whole alien scenario that Anthea brings up. That could be, because it's not just you, you have the budget and you and Mark do a lot with warrant articles, but there's other inputs and when do you need it by, you need to tell the town manager by X date, publishing calendars, notifying things. So I wanna add that to your list, I'm not committing, but I think it would be a great bit of summer intern to do it, but truly that would be one bit of kind of memorializing a significant process that occurs twice a year with multiple sort of steps that precede it for, 2 and 3 months beforehand, there's cycles of things.
So don't you think on Beth's goals that we should add those, since they are a tremendous amount of work, add the town meeting,
Yes.
to the goal, to the other, I don't know if we put it on
To
the
the
other or whatever, but town meeting and budget, those two processes alone.
Budgets she's got,
Yeah, but I
but
have
we
it
gotta
under
do the town meeting.
I understand you have it under fiscal, but,
Personnel, administrative.
Yeah, it's like a,
when
it's like operations, or it's this like
Operations,
ongoing
Right.
Yep.
town and town
maybe in
hall
operations,
operations that is sort of
personnel.
separate from our priorities. It's stuff that needs to happen regardless of.
Gotta keep the wheels on the bus.
On the, kind of corporate side of things, my experience has always been that you kind of add, percentages, to, these tasks, right? So, town manager, job is, town meeting is, 20%, right? And so when you're looking at, somebody that's, here years from now, say, oh, let's do this thing, it's like, well, that adds up to 200%, for one person, right? And that's how you justify saying we need another employee to support this work or whatever, especially when we look at, how behind we are on the technology side, right? So that's, our positions are changing, and this should really give us a pathway in the future to what our different staff's, needs are, and how they evolved and what they aren't anymore, right? So, that would be my only suggestion here, is because there's always ideas, and but if there's, only a couple people that are, working the system behind the scenes, then it's not effective, and it's not really a organizationally right way to run. And I think that we've talked about this a lot recently, especially with town meeting, that the idea of running really lean, and that being, valuable to us, and it's good that everybody's working on weekends and everything. I don't think that we've seen that long-term that's effective, and it's not a way to attract people as well to, where we are. We've lost employees, to other communities who have more staff support, right? We say, oh, well, hey, we've got a one-person, department, and they're leaving for the same amount of money to go to a 6-person department, right? It's, so anyway, that's long-term, and I think we've got to kind of have a sense, and for new people when they come on the board, and for, residents to know too, that, we can't have certain departments be, running at a 200% output all the time, so.
Yeah, I agree.
I think.
Well said.
I think that might be, I can't imagine how challenging that would be to try to, it's gonna add up, I'm sure, over 100%, but, maybe a step to get there would be to, kind of identify the priority, and then also, just in the sense of understanding like percent time, but also, sort of ownership in a way. So is this something that like you're doing, you're managing, you're coordinating, sort of in that, kind of in that vein, that kind of gets us closer on a path to how much of your time is doing these things. I feel like it's kind of like nudging there, just because that percentage seems like it could be off the top harder to do than to sort of,
The whole responsible,
step.
accountable.
yeah, it would be racy. Let's do it.
Not today, but it would be illuminating, I think. So I think we probably need to revisit this ourselves. So I think to John's point about updates from Beth on what's crept on, what's stuck, what needs, but you probably wouldn't wait till the quarter to give us updates on things that get stuck, right? You'd tell us more timely. But what are we what's realistic of our timeframes? What's new? What are some dependencies that have come along as you've tried to do this? And even things like Winchester 101 or rolling out some new policy, what's been the feedback related to those things too, right? So what do we know about how that landed? Or communication plans, there's new strategies. Can some of those strategies address some other goals? I mean, there's probably some revisiting of both the timing and the sequence, as well as have new things come along that allow us to accelerate the movement on some and slow down the movement on others. So before we go and fill out like multiple more outputs, I think we picked 3 or 4 that are underway, or a fiscal plan that we probably need to put some structure around. And then we check in quarterly, and as a team, as a board, we look at it and say, okay, well, we still want to push on that. We understand it's difficult. We understand we're running into some challenges, but let's still push on it and see where we can go versus let's, take your foot off the gas. That can wait, or push it out for another quarter. But I think we can have a little structure to those updates.
And then we also know, like, if there's 2-page lists we have right now, in a quarter, it's like a 4-page list, and things are high and medium priority, then like, where do we also need to slow down and
Right.
realize that we are, either sort of identifying and pushing too much, or like needing to re-identify who is doing some of these
Yeah,
things.
and I mean, I think the thing about municipal government, right, is there's seasons for everything, right? Fall town meeting leads directly into the budget season, and that takes a lot of my time and senior management's time, right? So some of these other things have to kind of go lower on the priority list so that we can ramp up. In addition to dealing with the day-to-day operations of town government and the issues that come up, we have to focus on getting those items. And then, we go into springtime meeting, and then we have a lull in the summer where it's nice, we can get some other things done. Obviously, that's also when construction projects ramp up, so we're kind of balancing, that piece of it. But I think it's important as we look towards kind of a quarterly update or prioritization that we kind of recognize those kind of trends and municipal government needs over time. I mean, some of this stuff, it's just gonna happen, right? And then it's gonna get,
Right.
everything else is gonna work around it.
Yeah, and like the overall goal of this, when I was thinking about it back in the spring, and Anthony and I were first talking about it, isn't to say, well, we're not gonna do that, because it's not on like either of these lists. Like, it's not about saying no, we won't, we can't. It's, does it fit? How does it fit? How does it complement? Does it take the place of something else? And not every last thing, but just sort of, where do we wanna put our energy and effort? Toward what broader sort of outcomes for the town are we trying to work toward? Not bit by bit, ooh, Rich, don't spend 3 hours on that, because that doesn't exactly fit. It's not micromanaging at that level, it's toward this overall goal. And, I mean, it's good that we've got some activities already underway. We coalesced around a lot of decent outcomes. So let's see where it goes. But I wrote down a few, and Anthony and I, we can compare notes with Beth, like a little bit of a kind of agenda for the quarterly updates around barriers, progress, priority, opportunities to combine. We can at least email, maybe, or Beth, just send you some notes. And I think that, Rich, as we put it on the March calendar, because we probably won't look for an update before budget season, because that's what Beth's working on between now and February. But maybe for the March update, we can say, here's the 3 or 4 items to cover. Maybe it's 5.
Sounds good.
So do you want to go back and tighten this up a little bit?
Sure.
With the feedback tonight, and then maybe before March, show it to us?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
No, I mean, I think
January?
either the October,
January?
it would be
Yeah, we
nice
could do
to have,
January, I guess.
When
March
we have
is
some,
6
when
months
we have this finalized, probably
Yeah.
for.
You're right, January.
by the end of
makes sense.
October, it'd be good
Okay.
to have
Yep. So we could set aside time in one of our
Maybe
upcoming 3 meetings to
take a
do it.
look.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's, you know, a really good way for us to communicate with town meeting as well on, you know, a regular basis about how we talk about the things that we're doing and what we do. So it's, it should be easy for a town meeting to kind of anticipate what the values are that we're expressing, you know, in our work. So,
So do you want to, Beth, maybe plan either the 16th or the 30th to kind of carve out some time?
Yeah.
That whatever works for better.
Do you want to do it early or just do it like as a regular agenda item?
Probably do it as a regular agenda item, I think. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Michelle and Thea.
Yeah, thank you.
thank you, this is
Great.
awesome.
I'm not sure if it's awesome, but it's something.
I meant awesome in the old school sense, of just it's large. It's
Right.
not-
Wow, it's significant undertaking. Thanks for that, like.
All right, is everyone ready to shift?
Escape.
What?
Thank you.
And then you can just use the cursor to close it out.
You think I can?
All right, is everyone ready to shift gears a little bit? Are we good with goals?
You go.
Good, thank you.
All right, thank you both.
I did it.
Nice work,
You
Michelle.
go over there, 'cause-
Someone might use it.
thank you.
All right, so I did want to take a moment, I know it's a little early before our regular scheduled audience kind of tunes in at 7:30, but I did want to acknowledge the passing of Whip Saltmarsh, a Winchester legend, a member of this board for a number of years, chairman of this board, went on to the legislature, had a great tenure as our state representative, and someone who's, you know, a lifelong resident, someone who's cared for the town, you know, and done so much. It's hard to fathom how much he's meant to Winchester from a business standpoint, from a resident standpoint, and from a community leader and politician in our town. So he had a very long and great life, and, you know, we're very lucky in this town to have him and to benefit from, you know, his service to our community. It was great over the last few years to see the Saltmarsh Terrace come to life, which has become an integral part of our community. Every day you go out to that common, you see people sitting around and enjoying that space. There were a couple other honors for Whip. I know he got some awards in the community. It was great to see the community, you know, recognize what he's meant to the community in the last couple of years. But certainly our condolences to the Saltmarsh family. I know his funeral's tomorrow at 10, but, you know, certainly a legend in his own right in this town. So just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that tonight before we get into our business. And I don't know if anybody else had anything to add or.
Whip's one of my neighbors, so a couple stories about Whip. My kids, the girls, when they were Girl Scouts, as soon as the cookies came out, the list, they would run down to Whip's house, and Whip would always buy 8 boxes of cookies from each kid. And then, even when Whip was older, he'd be snow plowing with another guy, and he'd drive by your house, and if he saw you out there shoveling your snow, he'd just step aside, Whip would come by, and plow you out. And then in Whip's younger years, he's just telling me that he's got a place up in Winnipesaukee. They would have these marathon water skiing events, and they would ski around the entire perimeter of Lake Winnipesaukee. The guy was an unbelievable athlete. He was awesome. So it's you know, it's a sad day, but what a great guy.
Thanks, John. All right. With that, we'll move on to our business agenda, and I think we have some donations to accept tonight.
I move that we accept with gratitude an EEC stabilization grant of $17,966.67 for the Recreation Department Kid Connection RAP EEC childcare license for the month of September.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, it passes. I think that's our only donation. Grateful for that. Move on, Beth, to your report.
Sure. So first up, I have an appointment. In accordance with section 4-2B of the town charter, I've made the following regular, full-time, promotional, permanent appointment in the Department of Public Works of Derek Meany of Woburn to the maintenance working foreman. And I respectfully request the board vote to waive the customary 15-day appointment period.
Move that we waive the 15-day appointment period to appoint Derek Meany to the maintenance working foreman.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great.
So just a few other updates on items that are on your agenda this evening. We are in the midst of our Climate Action Week. So this is an annual event, second annual event, last year being the first, organized by our Sustainability Director, Ken Pruitt. There's actually a really great event going on right now over the Jenks Center that we unfortunately have to miss this evening. But there's a host of other events coming up every day. And so if you go onto the town's website, for folks who might be interested, you can check out the events for each day. I think the last event is on Saturday of this week. For the board, just so you're aware, at a previous meeting, we had discussed some possible changes to the one-day alcohol licenses that the regulations that the board has. And so staff convened a meeting with Rich in attendance as well last week with a group of stakeholders, including representatives from the Sanborn House, the Chamber of Commerce, Right Luck Farm, and the Griffin Museum, just to talk about some ideas that we had to potentially make some changes to those regulations. And I think we had a very good discussion and got some really excellent feedback from all the groups. So I think we'll probably bring forward a recommendation to the board at a future meeting. So I just wanted to let everybody know that would be coming probably later this month. And then, as always, a host of construction updates. So Eversource is going strong out on Cross Street, work up and down the street, starting after 8:30. They have an 8:30 start time on Cross Street due to the school hours. Transportation renovation, unfortunately, the final paving was scheduled for this past Sunday and Monday, but with the rain had to be rescheduled. So I don't have a new date for that yet, but hopefully will be soon. Lake Street Bridge construction is obviously ongoing. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we've had a delay in the delivery of our precast concrete structure. So now the road opening date is now anticipated in mid-November. Town Hall fire alarm work is ongoing. That just started up and is expected to be completed in spring of 2024. Parker's swing space, so obviously the school is up and running up there. The bid opening for the Lynch project is scheduled for November 17th, so that will be an important date for all of us for that project. Morocco School Electrical, McCall School Masonry, those projects are ongoing. We currently have a project out to bid for the improvements on the Woodside Winter Pond corridor. So I think some of the folks on this board probably weren't here for the public hearings, but we are proposing to do some improvements just between Big and Little Winter Pond, including a new sidewalk on Big Winter Pond. So it'll be a full sidewalk connection from the intersection all the way to the pond, and then formalizing some of the parking there. That project, that bid opening is scheduled for October 5th. And then some of the upcoming projects that we have, as I've mentioned in prior meetings, we did bid the 2 projects at Washington and Cross Street. That the work in total came in over bid, so we were able to move forward with using some Chapter 90 money to move forward with the Cross Street construction, and then we'll be back at fall town meetings for some additional appropriations for Washington Street Bridge. Winchester High School drainage, again, we'll be back to fall town meeting for an additional appropriation. And McDonald Field Pump Station, same thing, although we do have enough to award the contract, and we'll be getting some additional funds for contingency costs. And then a few just community events. The school flu clinic registration is up on the town's website. And folks have until tomorrow, Wednesday, September 27th, to register. Our Safe Disposal Day, organized by our health department, is scheduled for Saturday, October 28th, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. outside of the transfer station. And then the Winchester Coalition is hosting a Sober October Living Alcohol-Free event on October 3rd at noon here in Town Hall. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Any questions for Beth on her report or anything?
No, Beth, I read Pete's email, or your email you sent to us about that, and maybe just recognize him for what we did for getting the schools in shape. Really quite remarkable over the summer.
Yeah, there was so we were lucky we had a extra long summer. School got out a little bit earlier and started after Labor Day, and DPW just did a tremendous amount of work in the schools over the summer. So very appreciative to the DPW and the school department staff for their support as well.
So I had a question. I don't know if it'll come up with Board of Health later, but flu clinics for schools, are there any public health flu clinics? Are those?
So nothing that I think is.
There is
it?
actually
Okay.
one
Yeah.
at the Jenks October.
They went live today, I think,
Yeah.
the signups for those.
I registered.
Today.
I registered, so I know it's out there, and I was gonna just raise that.
I think
to
I
the
looked
finance.
last week and it wasn't there? Okay.
Today they went live. So in addition to the school clinics, there's public clinics that will be held, certainly
Starting in October.
starting in October, the high-dose flu vaccine and also the regular flu vaccine. So get your flu shot. Anything else on Beth's report? All right, thank you, Beth. At this point, I will open it up to public comment. If anyone is here for public comment, you certainly can come forward, raise your hand, I'll recognize you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on a topic that you wish to speak on, and we can go from there. Is anyone here for public comment? Okay, seeing no one, we'll move further down our business agenda, and I'm excited to welcome Erica from Right Lock Farm. Come on up, Erica. I had the pleasure,
Yeah,
Good
good
to see
to
you.
be here. Thank you.
had the
for
pleasure of
having
meeting
me
Erica a little while ago,
this week.
but great to have you here and provide an update on the robust happenings at Right Lock Farm.
Yeah.
Things seem to be going well, and, you know, tell us a little bit about yourself. Congratulations
Sure.
on taking over for Archie, and also, you know, how's everything at the farm?
Yeah, thanks for having me here tonight. Good to meet some of you. And yeah, I heard that it's been a while since you got an update from the farm. And given this new transition, I thought it would be a good opportunity. So yeah, my name is Erica Gorgani, and I took over for Archie McIntyre in June. Big boots to fill, both literally and figuratively. But I've been working at the farm for, I was 5 years as the education director, and then a year with Archie as the associate director, and then I was hired this spring. So pretty excited to take on this new role. There's been lots and lots happening at the farm, as many of you know. So I just have some points to highlight so I don't ramble on. So I just wanted to keep it short and sweet. The bottom line is really good things, really good news. The farm, as you know, as a nonprofit organization, is 14 years old now, which is kind of hard to believe. But come a long way beyond just growing some food and originally having some sheep running around and things like that. So we've been operating all those years and growing, and even through COVID in a financially sound manner, which is pretty amazing and exciting. And the way that we can do this is through the programs that we've developed and offer. So we do public and private events. We do up to 10 plus weddings a year, and then at least 25 or more nonprofit events that we can host at a discount or free in our space. Then we have our education programs, which have always been really popular. They've grown, and this year at summer programs, we had over 400 kids come through there. And then we developed Farm to Go, which is our online farm stand. We had a small farm stand, but we, during COVID, pivoted quite nicely. And we're able to offer an online farm stand that aggregates food from all around New England. So small local farms from all around New England. And in addition to our produce and other locally made items and value-added items. So we sell that online, and people just come and they don't even have to get out of their car. Now they can get out of their car and shop in person if they want, but it was a great move that helped us a lot through COVID. And then, you know, with our new building, we have kitchen programs, and we still do a lot with our agriculture programs. So those are the things that are helping us financially. But in addition to that, as you all know, we do a lot of free community events, concerts. We do our family farm night, and we're open year-round to the public for a place to walk and enjoy. We have a really robust volunteer program, so we have over 200 plus on our volunteer list that are actively working in various departments throughout the year. We've been doing a lot with our seniors this year in the community, which is great. Tomorrow there's another of our senior tea times that's been a big hit this year. And so we're happy to be engaging the seniors. And then we work with ANCA and other local nonprofits and other community partners We do a lot of donating to food pantries in the area. So our newsletter, I would lastly say, is also been it's been very popular. We have over 10,000 people on our newsletter list and a really high percentage of open rate. So that's been a really good outlet for us. So you can see that we've been busy and we've been growing. And then the historic buildings that are town owned, we've worked really hard over the years to steward them, and we've, at no cost to the town, we've done a lot of work on those buildings, kept them, maintained them. We've done new roofs, insulation, new siding, painting, a great sprinkler system in the historic barn, on top of efficient energy systems in the farmhouse and solar panels. So we're really proud that we've been able to really take care of the land and the buildings in that way. And the community has come together for that as well. So those are just a few of the things that we've been working on. And then we have our new building that was just built in the last few years. And it's been fascinating because, COVID sort of slowed things down for a lot of folks and us initially, but then all of a sudden it also was a big growth spurt for us, both because we offer outdoor programs and we shifted some of our programming, but additionally because at that same time we brought this new building online. So the new all seasons barn allows us to operate year round instead of just seasonally. So that's been great. So we truly exist for the community. We do what we do because of the community and because of their support. And so we are actually at a point where we are reaching beyond the community, which is nice to see. So that beyond the immediate community, we have a lot of people coming to us now from Arlington, Lexington, Medford, Somerville. The surrounding communities we're also able to be a resource for them. So it's been pretty exciting times. And I guess lastly, I'll just say that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the liquor permit. And I do want to thank you again for having us. I think we really appreciated you hearing us, getting our feedback. That was super helpful. So just to mention that these permits are essential for our organization to be able to utilize our spaces for different activities, a variety of activities, some of which involve selling alcohol. But it's those paid events that really enable us to not only do what we do as an organization, but also enables us to offer the space at subsidized or free of charge at times to nonprofits. And nice examples of that are this morning's nonprofit convening. We had a great time with the Network for Social Justice, and we created, not created because we had many of them before, but enabled us to have that space today, to have that convening. And we also had the chambers, the candidate debate this past year. And then we also have partnered with organizations to do Indigenous Peoples Day coming up. So these are just like community free events that we're hosting at the farm. The school committee has their meetings in our space. So we're just really excited to be able to have this resource in this space. But that is only made possible by the other events that are paid events that often require that liquor permit. So I just wanted to put that in there. But all in all, good news, and we're very excited, and I'm happy to meet you all. Look forward to working with you all a little more, and invite any questions you might have for me.
Questions? Thanks, Erica.
Yeah.
Just, for the record, I think one thing so Erica just sort of like slides in there, oh, we put sprinklers in the 1827 barn, like, there was, the Natick Community Farm had their barn go up in flames, another farm in New Hampshire. That was a couple of years ago, and I was still on the board, and it was like, oh my goodness, this thing is historic, right? It's on the National Register. What if it just goes up because it's built with wood? And a huge investment of capital and fundraising from the community, not just Winchester, but beyond, to fund that and get that installed, and it works. So trying to preserve that town-owned asset, which I think was a huge initiative. And the other thing I think that, in addition to the education program, Brightlock now operates a licensed preschool that received a license from the state, early education and care. So not just after school, but actually a year-round program. Not year-round, but a school year program. And that new barn kind of has a classroom. So that was different from summer camp and after school. I think those are two big investments.
Thank you for adding to this.
Welcome.
Yeah. Anything else?
Questions?
Great.
I just want to say thank you for coming in.
Oh, thank
You know, years ago, it was probably hard for us to envision the farm being
Right.
where it is now from where it was and how quickly progress has been made there. And so the farm's been a great partner to us certainly, and local government, but just great stewards of the land. So we always have these discussions, you know, what's the value of land? Is it what we can do with it, or is it just what we can sell it for? And so I think Brightlock Farm has been just an example of such a great commitment to the community. And you know, I started going there for family farm nights when, you know, my kids were younger, and we just started to see more people from, you know, other communities, surrounding communities, and friends talking about, oh, what's going on at that farm, and it was really so inviting, and the educational programs there have been excellent and are really at the core of what the farm does. And so the expansion there that I've seen has been really amazing and not without a lot of effort. And really connecting with seniors as well, I think, has been really important for the community. So thank you, and pass that along. I think it's a great story that we look forward to hearing more about. And you know, for how active the farm is, I feel like I'm just hearing so much all the time. I think long ago we said we need you to come in here and give us regular updates, and
Right.
I don't think we feel like that anymore, because it's just, you know,
Yeah.
so much going on. So thank
Yeah.
you, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And good luck in the
Chris,
role,
I
and
appreciate it.
congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks so
Thanks for
much.
coming.
Yeah,
Best
all
of
right.
luck.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
Erica.
it. Thank you all.
All right, next up, we have the MBTA project update. So I see Nathan and his team. Want to come on up? Oh, yeah.
Good evening. Some of you may not know me. My name is Christopher Brennan. I'm Chief of Capital Delivery with the MBTA. Came to this position about this time last year. I'm going to be leading the presentation today. So if we get started. So the agenda for this evening is we'll just give a brief project overview, talk about some recent project activity, the upcoming construction. We'll talk about the schedule, and then some accommodation requests that we're gonna ask of the town so that we can recover some of the schedule delays we've experienced over the last year to 18 months. So, next slide, please. So as many of you know, it's a full station reconstruction, 2 new fully accessible high-level side platforms with canopies. We'll be servicing those by 3 elevators, 2 of which are for access, the third is for convenience at the northerly end. New lighting, signage, wayfinding, security, all the regular amenities that come with these stations. Prior to the station construction starting, Keolis came in and replaced about 1,200 linear feet of track that comes through the station, and roughly 200 feet on either end. Total construction cost for this project is $50 million. Plus or minus. Next slide, please. So recent activity, as you can see, it's looking more like a station. Structural steel's going up for the ramps, particularly on the northerly end, on the Abijona and the Waterfield sites. We're building the inbound ramp construction over on Laraway Road. There's a lot of work going on in the abutments There's also a lot of work going up on the upper levels, preparing foundations and other structural elements for the platforms, which will be delivered soon, or start to be delivered soon. Next slide, please. Again, this is an outbound platform. You see the outbound platform on the left. A lot more wall construction on Laraway Street. The picture on the right is the accelerometer that's used to monitor vibrations or accelerations of adjacent structures during construction. So project schedule is what we really came to discuss today. We've had a number of delays, and for a variety of reasons. I'd like to sort of go through some of those first before we get into the actual schedule, so you understand, how our delays have happened, and we'll talk a little bit about what we've done to mitigate them to this point and what we need to do going forward. We had some interpretation issues with the state plumbing inspector on some subsurface drainage piping up on the viaduct that required, they were requiring us to change the materials. Ordinarily, we just change the materials and move on, but unfortunately, they wanted us to change a PVC, what we considered to be a civil pipe, to a cast iron plumbing pipe, because the inspector was interpreting it as an interior sanitary pipe system. What that meant was we had to run it at a steeper slope, and basically the existing elements in the ground wouldn't allow us to run at a steeper slope. So we had to go through a variance process. We went through it twice, trying to get relief from the state. What they eventually allowed us to do was to use cast iron pipe. We had to upsize the pipe, which wasn't a big deal. It was just a minor cost, and then run it flatter. But that took us several months, which again delayed the permit. He wouldn't issue the permit, not just because of that issue, but they also decided we needed to add a staff bathroom to the project. And this is after design was complete and they had already reviewed it, but we had to incorporate that all into the design and then submit it to get our final plumbing permit before they'd let us put any more pipe in the ground. So that was one issue, and again, the contractor, I think, did a pretty good job of mitigating it. We resequenced some work, so they were able to advance some work. And then with the pandemic, we ran into a number of supply chain issues. Certainly structural steel and some of those elements, elevators, had longer lead times than were expected, but the largest impact for us was the FRP platforms. FRP platforms, fiber reinforced polymer platforms, it's a material. It's not concrete with mild reinforcing steel. It's a different material. It's less susceptible to chloride and moisture-induced deterioration. It's meant to give us the 75-year service life that we expect out of this facility. This particular manufacturer is actually the one and only that supplies this material to the MBTA, and it's for a variety of technical reasons. There's actually other people that make them, but they don't pass our quality tests, so there's only one supplier. And they got back, they had issues with the constituent materials during the pandemic, and they got backed up on a number of projects, and our project felt the brunt of it. Fortunately for us, the procurement issues are behind us, but the impacts we have not mitigated those yet. The FRP platforms will start to be delivered. The first will be delivered in October. So you'll see those getting erected from between now and the end of the year. A couple of the other issues that we had, there's an outage. It's another one of our projects, so I'm going to take the blame for this. There's an ATC outage. Essentially, and we've done the same on this line. We're installing new signal systems on the north side commuter rail system. That signal system essentially controls train traffic, and it's FRA mandated. There's a 58-day outage that's being executed right now over on the Haverhill line and we've essentially shut down service completely. We've had to redirect some passenger service onto this line as well as some freight. And what that does is that inhibits our ability to have access to the right-of-way. We have to clear the right-of-way every time a train approaches, and with more trains, it's become a little bit more problematic to get work done. It's being an elevated construction site up on the viaduct. It's not just walking off, backing up 15 feet off the right of way. You have to get, in some cases, we have to come down off of the viaduct, and it just doesn't allow for work to proceed. The other thing with that particular project, it was actually supposed to be executed in June, starting in June through the end of August. It coincided with some other projects in Massachusetts, including the Sumner Tunnel shutdown. So we were asked to reschedule that project into September. What that did was we had mitigated it for one sequence of events, and then it got pushed 2 months forward, 2 months further into the future, which again made it a little bit more difficult to accommodate. So we've been, the contractor's been making efforts to mitigate the schedule delays, but they've definitely had some challenges. They've definitely caused some problems on their own. They're, and they continue to look for strategies to mitigate, which we're going to talk about a little bit in terms of asking for some expanded work hours, and we'll discuss that after we get to the schedule. So one of the things we've looked at mitigating the schedule delays is opening the station in a phased manner. So to get, the purpose is to get service back to this area, this part of Winchester, as soon as possible. And we have a diagram after this slide, so I'll just talk through it and then we'll point to the pictures. But essentially, we're proposing in July 2024 reopening the southern half of the platforms to service. That would be inbound and outbound. There'd be roughly 325 feet of platform on either side. The entire station's approximately 800 feet long, so it's roughly half. Both platforms will be fully accessible by elevator. One side will be accessible by ramp. They'll also be accessible by stairs for an egress standpoint. They'll be fully compliant with state building codes, so they'll have their life safety systems and all the other functional items that we'll need to have a fully functioning station. We're going to focus our efforts on that end of the station, particularly on the critical path elements, to get that part of the station or that station open as soon as possible. At the same time, we'll be returning the areas that we've taken for construction in the Aberjona and the Waterfield lots. The Laraway end, which is the northerly end of the platform, will be working further into the year, and right now we have a date of substantial completion in November 2024. Those are the dates we're working towards now. We're gonna try to mitigate those delays further, but right now that's what we have to make a commitment to the town of Winchester. If you go to the next slide, we'll just sort of show you, the blue areas are the areas that will be turning back into service in July of 2024. The red areas are the areas we'll still be working on further into the year. So upcoming work you're going to see, you'll continue to see steel erection. We're going to be getting into the electrical and some of the, not the finish, but the finer foundation work for concrete. We'll be doing plumbing work. Again, we're going to be focusing on the southerly end. The noise will be primarily from generators and equipment, other equipment during the day. Construction, obviously, will put out advisories ahead of any real noise generating work. So you see here, this is actually a very high level part of the schedule. We're looking to get, obviously, the structural steel's already started. The FRP installation will be starting in October and going through the end of December. Once the platforms are in place, that's when we'll be able to start really pushing forward with some of the mechanical and other amenities up on the platform, as well as some of the finish work. You'll start to see, and I think they're already putting in the glass in the elevator shafts, correct?
They're being fabbed right now, yeah. So within the next few weeks, they're ready to go in, yeah.
So you'll start, one of the critical path items for us, we can't open the station unless it's accessible, so getting the elevators in and operating is going to be a critical path item. So we're concentrating on the two elevators at the southerly end. We'll be working on the northerly end, as long as they keep up with the schedule. that they've given us, for the southerly end. So we're not gonna abandon the work, it's just we're really gonna focus our attention on finishing that southerly end. Yep, so just, that's what you're gonna see, again, continued work on the ramps. So if we could, just flip to the last slide, we'll talk about, some of the things we're gonna be looking for. We're gonna be coming to the town with proposals to work for certain periods, certain types of work. Overnights, the advantage to overnights is that we have fewer trains, obviously, working overnight, so we have fewer disruptions to work progress. The same is true for the weekends. We run far fewer trains on the weekends, so to allow the crews more time to work in between train sets coming through. Once we get through this ATC outage, 58 days, we'll be able to start single tracking again, which will also help us improve productivity. We're gonna push the contractor to, increase crews. At this juncture, it's just, we can only get so many people into a small work zone, but we're gonna make sure that they're maximizing every minute that they're allowed to work during the day to make progress, that we need to make progress. We're gonna be working through the winter. We'll be relaxing some of our winter weather construction activity restrictions and doing so in a way that will not adversely impact quality. We're gonna have to introduce protection and heating and do some of the things that we that we otherwise weren't planning to do if we were on schedule. Just because, some of that work that was supposed to be done is getting pushed in the winter, and we can't not do it, just because it gets cold and it starts to snow. So we will be coming to the town and asking for, relief to allow us to work at certain times. And again, we'll make it clear as to what we're doing. We'll have discussions about noise levels and any type of mitigations that we need to provide. Obviously, we have extensions, we have temporary easements for the Waterfield lot and Laraway Road that we need to discuss with the city, getting extensions on those. And then we may potentially, going beyond our schedule, we may potentially need additional police detail support. And this is just the project contact information. In case any of the public needs to reach out to us if there are any issues, certainly we want to hear directly from either the town or in the case of constituents or abutters, we want to hear directly from them so we can mitigate their concerns as quickly as is feasible.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything to add? This time I'd open it up to questions from board members.
So working nights, truly through the night, or is it, 8 PM to midnight? Is it 8 PM to 4 AM? What does night hours of work mean?
It is likely to be late night into the 4 or 5 AM time period. And it's, one of the things that's just recently happened is our fall schedules come out and we're adding late night trains, which impacts us a little bit. We'll look at the train schedule and what the railroad operations people will allow us to do, and we'll come back and we'll propose specific times. I mean, and again, I think we need to talk about the work that we're actually doing. We're not gonna be up on top of the parapets doing demolition at night. That's a daytime activity if we're doing it. We could be placing concrete, if the schedule, if we need to, we may be placing concrete, so you may have trucks, coming into the area, and if you've ever heard those drums when they reverse, they're revving their engine type. But again, we'll have those discussions before we'll propose what we want to do and the hours that we want to do it. And on select days, it's not gonna be 7 days a week, type thing. And where we can, we're gonna take advantage of weekends during the day.
So by taking these, working these extra hours, and extra days, how much do you think you'll compress the schedule by? Month, 2 months?
Well, we need some of this just to make the schedule that we're proposing in July. So we're committed to the July schedule.
Yeah.
It depends on, we're going into the winter time, so, if we have a good winter, we could potentially make up more time as long as we get the work, as long as we're not impacted on the work days. And it's not just doing the work. If we have a snowstorm, railroad operations is off doing other things, and they're not gonna single track us. We can still work, but we may be limited on those days till they get their snow cleared off the tracks and things. But we can come back in another month and give you a better idea of, once we understand what type of hours that will be allowed to work and what type of activities we'll be allowed to do, we'll have a better idea
Sure.
on that, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Thank you.
And I had the same question as John, I guess in a different way. I mean, if we say no to the extended hours, how much further does that push the completion date away? What, you know?
I don't intend for it to push the July date is a commitment we're making at the MBTA. And barring another pandemic,
Yep.
you know, or something that's significant happens, we intend to make that date. You know, the contractor has given us some conditions that they need, but we also feel that they can make more of an effort during regular work hours. So we're gonna make sure they maximize their productivity in the time that they have allotted. You know, we're not just gonna throw in the towel and let them do whatever they wanna do to make up this time. It's gonna cost them money, so that, you know, they're, quite frankly, they're gonna drag their feet a little bit, but we need to hold their feet to the fire. They're on the hook for this financially, from a liquidated damages standpoint, so it's not in their best interest to lollygag.
You said the ATC outage is starting now, so for 58 days?
It started 2 weeks ago and goes through November 9th.
And what are the chances that is on time? Because that seems to be a big effect here in the schedule.
We've done about 6 of those outages for that particular program. We've never run over schedule on any outage on the ATC program, whether it was a 6-day or a 60-day outage. It's an hour by hour. What it is a lot of the construction work is done. It's actually doing the cutovers and the testing of the system. You need to do hundreds and hundreds of tests at every interlocking and grade crossing to verify that the system is up and running properly. So this is really a testing piece. We are doing a little bit of construction, but this is primarily. So we're solidly confident that project is going to end on time. And we're continuing, we're getting to do more work during that outage than we originally thought. But again, we'll look for the contractor to make use of some extended hours to do even more.
And I guess, you know, I'm sure as the liaison to the business community, I'm a business owner in town, on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. You know, the first question that I'm gonna be asked probably tomorrow morning or when I get back tonight from a text message is, you know, how realistic, you know, and sure are you on those dates that you're giving tonight of delivery?
I'm confident of those dates. I mean, that's the reason why I came to deliver the message tonight. So I can't hide from you.
That's right. I heard it's July. It's some
Well,
video.
no, I mean, you know, we are gonna have to hold the contractor, you know, on a day-to-day basis to, you know, they call it acceleration, I call it catching up or recovery, because that's what they owe us. They're gonna have to recover. And not just because they have, you know, the MBTA, we know our reputation's on the line, we know our reputation isn't great. And the governor's office and everybody's got their eyes on a project like this to make sure that we're delivering on our commitments. So,
Yeah, that's helpful to hear, because I think, you know, your boots on the ground, the contractor specifically has, you know, repeatedly said that this is a 3-year project since they've been on the site. So to hear you holding their feet to the fire a little bit, and they've been a good partner, no question about it, to the town. But, you know, there are days, you know, I'm down there all the time. There are days I walk by and I wonder why, you know, the lack of activity is ongoing. So it's certainly picked up in the last 2 weeks. So I don't know if that's because you're starting to hold their feet to the fire or what, but it's good to hear that, you know, you'll be on them on a daily basis to kind of hopefully move this along and get it delivered on the timeline you're stating.
I can tell you the general manager's taken a particular interest in this project. He'll be visiting it at some point to have that, I mean, we're having discussions at that level with Barletta. That's not just the project office, with, you know, their reputation with the public and with the MBTA is on the line as well. And they're looking for certain things from us that they won't get unless they deliver this project. We've made that very clear, so that might be the uptick. Also, you know, there are certain, until the structural steel got here, it's really kind of hard to see activity. You know, you can form up, you know, when you're doing concrete, you're forming up, you cast it, and you have to walk away sometimes for 3 to 7 days to let it cure before you can do the next phase. So sometimes it looks like you're watching paint dry. When you're coming up out of the ground, it's extremely tedious, and once you're out of the ground and you start seeing superstructure, and we can bring different contractors now. I mean, before you saw some laborers and some concrete workers. Now you're starting to see, you're gonna see glazers, you're seeing structural steel, you're gonna see folks working up on the platforms. We'll be able to bring more people, you know, onto the project, so it will look more active. But certainly, I think we're incenting them to move a little bit faster than they were before.
Good to hear. Anything else?
The only thing I would just ask is, I noticed you have a public hearing scheduled for the October 4th, so if you could just share a flyer with the Zoom link and everything with me, I can help to get the word out to folks.
Sure, yeah, I can do that.
Well, we look forward to, you know, working with you to certainly move this along. So get us those requests, and we'll certainly consider them in due course. Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having us tonight.
I always forget that that's the final design, because every time you came for so many years, it was just whatever the new design was, so.
No, we're pretty sure we know what we're doing now.
Right, no, it's
No.
good, it's good. It's good
We're
to
adding
know.
a few pieces. We find a few extra parts on the ground, we'll take them away
Yeah, yeah,
at the end of the project, we promise.
yeah, well,
The stone looks very nice.
It does.
Yeah, like it, good,
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
thanks.
Next up, we have our post-65 retiree Medicare buy-in.
Sure. So this is really just a quick update for the board, to let you kind of think through it. So, I believe this may have come for veterans of the board, Mike in particular. I think this may have come to the board once already for at least a preliminary discussion, but we're working with our health insurance consultant and Maya to look at ways to reduce our health insurance costs in FY25. One of the items that they've come to us with is a Medicare buy-in program we have about approximately 25 existing retirees over the age of 65 who are currently on the town's HMO PPO plans because they don't qualify for Medicare. So this would be a Medicare buy-in program where we move those members into the Medicare plans and remove them from the town's health insurance. It ends up being beneficial from a cost perspective, not just for the town, but also for the retirees, because what they pay for the Medicare plans in terms of co-pays and other things is cheaper than what they pay for our plan. So we have a meeting of our insurance advisory committee on Thursday of this week for them to learn about it and hopefully take a vote. And then the plan is to have Ken Lombardi come into the select board meeting on October 5th to present this, and then hopefully we can make a decision at that point. So I'm really just kind of bringing out there as an FYI for you to start thinking about it. If you have any questions tonight, or if you think of anything before the meeting on the 5th that I can bring back.
So I have a couple. First, if they don't qualify, how do they buy in and then qualify?
Yeah. So we would pay the penalties.
Okay.
So there is,
Qualify, they just didn't file.
no, they don't have enough, they don't have
Enough hours?
they don't have enough quarters to
40
qualify.
qualified quarters.
Right. So we would pay the Part A, Part B penalties, whatever the town would pay the penalties on their behalf. So there is obviously a financial component of the town, but it ends up in the wash, it ends up being financially better for the town to move in that direction.
And there's no diminution in benefits?
Not for, I mean, they're moving to Medicare, so they would no longer be on the town's plan.
I know, but I'm just saying, but when you put the town plan.
I would look to
Ken,
Ken
yeah.
to
He's
talk
great, yeah.
about any,
Yeah.
but overall, the information's been relayed to me is that from a financial perspective, there's a cost savings to the retiree.
Do you know, from a loss standpoint, how our plan's performing this year? Not as well as I'd hoped.
Yeah, the information we've received so far is not tremendous, so.
That's why we have the funds.
That is correct.
And Beth, it's the policy that, so these are 25 existing retirees over the age of 65, is the policy to try to move people into,
Right, so it would be,
this is a catch-up with some who didn't opt in, who
Right.
didn't join, who couldn't join before.
Correct.
But we don't think we'll accumulate additional retirees for another cohort 10 years from now. We don't expect another 10 people to have to do this for. We'd be doing it as they retire.
right, that would be the plan, yep.
Other questions? So what are the next steps, Beth?
So, we have the Insurance Advisory Committee meeting on Thursday. We'll get some feedback from them, and then if we, get a favorable recommendation from them, we'll come to the board regardless on the 5th, but we'd be looking for action from the board on the 5th for us to make this change. There is obviously a lot of legwork from our HR perspective to have to reach out to all of that 25 retirees. Maya does help with that. This is something they've done in a lot of other communities, so we're not the first community. But there is a lot of, this is a, like, January 1st through March is the period that people would have to
Open enrollment.
change in open enrollment. So this isn't a July 1st issue. This is a calendar year issue that we need to.
And I may have missed this, but we would pay the penalty and those premiums out of the current health insurance budget?
Correct. Right.
Good question.
I'm like, maybe it came up when I stepped out, but.
Oh, a lot did.
So more to come on that. I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention, let you think about it before the meeting on the 5th, if you have any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are we ready for the Lynch Solar discussion? Is everyone here that needs to be
Ready.
here? We're ahead of schedule. Who's,
We can fix that.
we're good at that.
We'll give that time right back.
Jay, do you want to come up too?
Who's coming up?
I'm just,
So fired up.
You can't say no.
I mean, you've been sitting there the whole time, Jay. You might as well get up front, you know?
you just use the buttons on this.
Okay, awesome.
Do our school committee members want to come up too? There's 2 more chairs. You're welcome to
There's more
join
than
us.
2. As many as you need.
You don't have to. You can stay in the audience if you want. How's everyone doing? Uh-oh. Silence.
What's that?
I said, how's everyone doing?
Very good. Good. Tom just led us through a, 49-minute school committee meeting that included a superintendent evaluation, so we were rocking.
Marathon session.
Look at everyone looking at me now.
Right?
What are we on? Hour 2 and then 2
I mean,
hours
the
and 15
gauntlet
minutes?
has been
We're ahead of
crossed.
schedule. We're doing well.
You just said you were ahead of schedule,
Yeah,
but
we're doing well.
not like we were.
I mean, that's a bar. 49-minute meeting with an update from the, okay.
The bad news is that you came here afterwards.
Your night hasn't ended. Your colleagues have.
Beth, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So who wants to start?
I'm happy to kick it off.
Great.
So, as you all know, we've, behind the scenes, been doing a lot of evaluation of the Lynch Solar options. A PPA, a power purchase agreement, which would be a third-party owner, or a direct ownership option. So the EFPBC contracted with the consultant Zapotec to do some financial analysis. In addition, the town reached out to Select, who's done prior PPAs with the town, and who we have a direct agreement with through a power options procurement contract, to put some cost estimates together as well. Over the summer, we got some information. We've been going back and forth. And then more recently, we brought Beth Greenblatt from Beacon Integrated Solutions on board. She came very, very highly recommended from our town council as well as from our sustainability director, to help us on the management side kind of understand the nuances and differences between the various analysis that we're getting. Because at the end of the day, I think what we've heard from the sustainability director is that this is a financial decision, right? Either option will get us to a net zero building. So what's best in the best interest of the town? So part of it is understanding what the EFPBC is including in their project, and so I'll just quickly summarize, and Jay, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but what the EFPBC is planning to do is bid the project with 2 alternates, one for the underground work and one for the above ground work. So the information that we're working with in terms of what Zapotec has provided is based on cost estimates that we've received from the cost estimators for the Lynch project that have some escalation and some soft costs built into it. And the select numbers are based on their analysis, but a key difference between the Zapotec number and the select number is that the select number only includes the, I would say, above ground work. So Zapotec included the below ground part of the work and the above ground. Select only included the above ground. And so when we look at the cost estimates, there's a difference between their 2 numbers, which is explained by that piece. And the EFPBC has not included the cost of the project that was funded through the override does not include either piece, the underground work or the above ground work. So although it's being bid as part of the project, there is no funding through the project to pay for that.
Except for that 3rd floor classroom.
Right, which I think,
Because that's
I've
missing.
erased that from my memory because I don't have to think about that part of it.
That's our
'cause
lead
You guys are
point.
doing that project, right. So we won't have firm cost estimates, or we won't have a firm number until the project bid comes in, which is November 17th. The timeline we're working with is to get to fall town meeting, which, God willing, will be over by November 17th. So we're working with cost estimates here in terms of what we're putting together, but I think based on the numbers that you have from your cost estimators, that's the best available information that we have. So with that, unless there's any questions on any of that, or I've misspoken anyway, I was going to turn it over to Beth. She's done a great analysis and has with a copy of the presentation in your packets for tonight. I think she was going to go through what she found in the analysis. So.
Great, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure being here. Just a little bit about my firm. Beacon is a Massachusetts-based woman-owned energy advisory consultancy firm. We provide a broad array of energy advisory services, from clean energy, energy efficiency, to renewable energy, to traditional energy procurement and supply options. We're certified by the Commonwealth as a woman-owned business, and we are also on the Mass State Contract PRF 74 to provide these exact types of services. Our services, as I mentioned, are pretty broad, and I've always started from the philosophy of bring your house in order, so do as much as you can to create an efficient building, which is what is happening here, and then integrate renewables as appropriate and as makes sense, using a variety of tools available to you. We were engaged initially to take a look at all the data that's been gathered and try to make some sort of rationalize the data by understanding the assumptions and evaluating perhaps nuances within the analyses, because they were so vastly different. And why were they so vastly different? Zapotec and Select are both high-quality firms. You're in a good position to be getting good information from smart people who's been in this business, who have developed these kinds of projects, and in some cases built them and own and operate. Our analysis was initially a commercial review of the data. We overlaid many of the assumptions and some of the data on top of our own analyses. And when I had a conversation with Mr. Betancourt about, the importance of having sort of another opinion at the table, I'd like to say ours is a sort of not that the other two are biased, but sort of an open analysis of looking at the situation and your goals in a very holistic way to understand whether or not which path provides the best value. And as I look at things, there's always a sort of an analysis of cost versus risk, or benefit versus risk, and to allow you to make the appropriate judgments as you see fit that meet your goals as you're balancing risk and cost, or risk and benefits. And that's how I looked at this engagement, is really looking at the data, looking at your goals, overlaying that on top of a model that I have used time and time again for many municipalities who are in your exact same situation, so that it provides you with the necessary information to make a smart decision based on your goals and your objectives, and then present that to you folks. So just to give you a sense of the qualitative differences between, as I found, between the Select and Zapotec proposals, they both specified 470 watt modules, but the current design that's in its final stage is actually going to integrate more efficient modules. But to keep the analysis an apples to apples comparison, I didn't infuse the good news of more efficient modules, which means a greater level of production. Modules are a little bigger, sizing will be a little different, but better, completely better solution. Zapotec's roof array design was about 14% bigger than Select's. I understand from conversations with Select that they felt filling every space on the roof was less effective and less efficient because you've got sort of scattered modules in small areas with more conduit, which creates some issues of, tripping hazard and even efficiency of design. So they have focused their design. As I understand it, their design is still conceptual, and so as they get to final design, they intend not only to integrate more efficient modules, should they be the vendor doing the project, right? They would integrate more efficient modules, but also optimize the design to the available real estate. Zapotec and Select's carport design was exactly the same DC capacity, same size. They had slightly different amount of generation from that DC capacity, and it's just a calculation of how the AC to DC derating process. One's more conservative than the other. Our analysis used the total capacity as presented by Zapotec, and again, we would anticipate if you contracted with Select, the roof size would get bigger to help you offset your consumption to result in a net zero energy building. Select's carport, initially Select provided 2 carport solutions. One that was what's called a long span, just looks like a big, huge roof. The other were smaller, dual tilt, separately located carports. I understood that it was the town's desire to solve for the latter, the smaller footprint, so it didn't look like it was such a big industrial type of structure, and that's the sizing I used in my analysis, the Zapotec sizing. Both firms use, from a financing perspective, both firms use a 4% interest rate for a 15-year term. Both Zapotec and Select assume tax-exempt borrowing. The result of that meant that the investment tax credit, which is now a facility that's afforded to tax-exempt entities as a tax refund, but the utilization of tax-exempt debt would reduce the value of that tax credit by 15% with an effective tax credit of about 25.5%. And both integrated that in their models. Both assumed that the project would qualify under the state SMART program under Block 8, and the configuration of the asset would be installed behind the meter, plugged into the building to spin the meter backwards. And any exported generation would be exported at what's called alternative on-bill credit rate, which is basically the utility supply cost. Based on my review of the analysis, and we had some back and forth today, Zapotec's cost assumptions were elevated a little bit to account for soft costs and other unanticipated costs not at the time known for the project. Again, this was before the design considerations were being given for below ground and above ground. So Zapotec's costs are higher than Select's costs, and as a result, really resulted in very different outcomes. So in terms of the project economics, and again, the cost assumptions, both costs included some operations and different levels, but some annual operations and maintenance costs. Neither firm included any additional insurance costs, and that's something Beth and I talked about to get, once you are, the project is approved and you know what the project is, getting real insurance estimates from Maya as to, you clearly want full replacement cost of this asset. Both firms included some cost for capital replacement sometime during the lifespan of this asset, the combined asset. The inverters will need to be replaced. Each of the two firms held an amount in their financial analysis for capital replacement. I did as well in my model. Both firms included sort of energy credit savings to escalate at 2% per year, whether it's avoided costs by spinning the meter backwards or exporting to the utility. The annual escalator for both was held constant at 2% per year for both. And both firms included fixed smart incentives from the Solar Massachusetts Renewable Target Program, state solar incentive programs for the qualified 20-year term. Zapotec's cumulative net benefits over the term were significantly lower than Select's, and the primary driver in that result is the value of the cost of the project. Zapotec's cost projection was about 3.1 million. Select was just under 1.9 million, 1.84 and change million. When you're financing almost 50% of the cost, 60% of the cost, it's a significant difference in a life cycle cost analysis.
But if the Select cost doesn't include the underground
That's what I
piece.
was
And
gonna
the
say.
select cost does not include the underground piece, and that's the real difference, the underground piece plus other anticipated costs. And so, right.
So Soltech's cost, is it, so what do you estimate that to be? Or maybe you can't estimate, is it $1 million or is it?
I think you're gonna,
Yeah, I think
JA?
the way the cost estimator broke it out, it was around, for the roof work, it was around, on the high end, right, Jay? I'm quoting the numbers we discussed, it was 1.165 million, and then 1.73 million for the underground work, and then Zapotec took that and escalated it a little, it adds up to about 2.8, and they escalated it to 3.1.
So the cost estimate is, you're correct, but the best estimate was 2.5, all in.
right,
And if you take the 30%, which is the soft cost, because we're at 90% drawings off, we'd put Zapotec at 2.478.
right.
So they're in line with our cost estimator.
Right.
And also, just to, not to go, before we get too far, Select's job was to take our 90% drawings, which we hired an engineer to do, and base their analysis off of our drawings, not to re-engineer it. So a lot of this confusion came from them still looking at it at a different direction, and we were waiting and waiting for these to come in, which came in at the last minute, but their idea was they were waiting for our 90% drawings. So it should have been more in line based on those drawings.
Well, exactly, and understanding what the geotech requirements are gonna be underground. Again, their cost did not, either for third-party owned or town-owned, did not include any of that underground work or any real make-ready. They assumed you would build your project, and then they would come and retrofit on top. That's what their cost model included.
So Jake, would you assume that both contractors or vendors would have approximately the same cost?
They should have been more in line.
Right? Okay,
Because our Zapotec and our cost estimator were in line.
okay.
So they should have, but they're missing a major scope.
Exactly. So
Right, which
when we look at this
We've
analysis.
kind of just spent the last day or so flushing that out, trying to understand, as Jay said, the information came in kind of late last week as we were trying to put this together. So as we were trying to understand why is one so high and one so low, we
So you have to adjust it for that, and, right?
Well, yeah, and when you look at, when you remove the 30% adder from Zapotec's, it's about a little under $500,000 difference between Zapotec and Select, which could really be attributed to all of that underground work and potentially conduits up to the roof on the school. That would make sense.
Yeah.
That would make sense. It was clear to me by looking at the sort of unit costs that Select was offering that none of that had been included. And they confirmed that. I assume you got it.
Yeah, this after, right, yeah, we got it.
Great. So,
I'm sorry, Beth, did they provide revised numbers, did Select or?
No, because we really just worked this out like today. as we understood, as Jay said, the directive they were given was to include the all-in costs. And so we just worked this out today as we were trying to understand what the big difference was between the two cost estimates.
I think during the whole bid process, when Ken was pushing them for it, I don't think they're used to seeing a bid package like this for the school with 470 pages. Because I was constantly getting emails of where do I find certain information on the drawings, which I would go and find the page and direct them to the right page. So I think that they were having trouble with, because now that it's part of the project, it's scattered into site, it's scattered into electrical, it's scattered into steel. It's all over the drawings as to what it is. It's not opening one page of solar and bidding that project.
Oh, I see.
We told Select, for instance, to just go to the Lynch project website, lynch2025.com, to actually find the site plan, because they consistently were using a site plan from February or something. So that big change there in terms of ground mounted solar. Just to give them some breadcrumbs, so to speak.
There's a lesson in there somewhere, I'm not sure what it is though, but 400-page design books must do something. So
Take a look
file
at
that
it.
away.
It's good reading.
And the other lesson is Chris is always good at pointing back to a website, get.
Have to make a plug.
No, I know, it's good, it's a good plug, you're very good.
Why it's there.
It is great, by the way, it's very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So in attempting to rationalize all the data that we had available to us, my model, which I imported into my existing model, I used for your borrowing short-term, 2-year ban at 5%, and that's assuming tax-exempt borrowing. And long-term, for 13 years, I used 4% for tax-exempt and 5% for taxable. And the reason I looked at taxable borrowing, if you recall earlier, I said if you borrow with tax-exempt debt, you get a haircut on the investment tax credit. So the question is, do you get higher value by a slightly higher interest rate, but a greater incentive from the Inflation Reduction Act? And I thought it would be prudent for you to see them both, just so that you had that information. Again, depending on what the ultimate borrowing is going to be, that's pretty much, that will help determine the result. Again, Select and Zapotec in their analysis that they provided to you folks used 4% for 15 years. I did 5 for 2 and 4% on the next 13 after a reduction from the Inflation Reduction, after a reduction using
Which is
that
the way that we
incentive,
would,
which is the way
way
that
that
you
we
would do it.
would
We told them
finance
to
it.
do that, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we would wait until we got that federal tax credit to do the permanent borrowing, and it's gonna take a little bit of time.
Right.
At that.
The financed amount, again, for the initial analysis, and we did some updates from the presentation you may have originally seen, the finance amount was, we did use the 3.1 million that we had from Zapotec, which was based on the estimators. The net borrowed amount after the investment tax credit for the long-term tax-exempt borrowing was about 2.3 million, and about 2.17 for taxable.
And so everybody understands that's because in the tax exempt, you're only getting 25.5%.
Correct.
And in the taxable, you're getting the full 30%.
30%.
Right.
And that 30% does not include a potential benefit if the project qualifies for domestic content, which in a year and a half, it's possible. Again, we were here being very conservative, assuming it would not qualify because there are very few modules that are currently made in the US, and that's the big driver. But there are many of the module manufacturers are opening plants now, and there'll be a long waiting list for them, but they're anticipated to ramp up production. Whether it will be ready in time for this project is unknown.
And since you just made that point, our understanding is that steel that actually supports PV array to qualify for the tax credit needs to be 100%
Correct.
domestic. And so while we backed off initially we were so conservative to say, well, the whole building needs to be domestic. We said, no, that's probably not the case. Most likely the steel would come from Canada in this market. That's the case for like 3/4 of the projects that Hill and Tappe works on. So our professional estimator told us that right now there's a 10 to 12% premium. I don't know what your experience has been for that domestic content. So that would apply, for instance, to the steel for the ground-mounted canopies. Would you agree?
Correct,
So
100%,
that's,
it would
you
have
know,
to be.
you look at the estimators from a project cost point of view, that steel is worth maybe $220,000, something like that. Just on the steel cost alone, it was like 187. So call it around $250,000 maybe all in. So not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but like many tens of thousands of dollars.
And if you met the domestic content, 100% of the domestic content, you get an additional 10% tax credit. So that could be a calculus to look at, you know, if there is the expectation that you could meet it. Again, steel has to be 100% domestic, and then various levels for the rest of the components. Modules are a big piece of this, and right now they wouldn't qualify.
That's just to clarify, sorry, what Chris was saying, or Chris, so, you would only have to be 100% domestic steel for the array itself, or the whole project?
I'd like to hear.
Okay.
I'd like to hear your consultant's answer. Our understanding, and having had some discussion with Hill, was that the steel that's supporting the array is what needs to be 100%
Correct.
domestic. So
Okay.
for instance,
Not the whole
that
building.
third floor canopy, the outdoor classroom, that galvanized needs to be 100% domestic, because it's there to support the panels.
If
And
we
you would-
wanted to get the 10%,
What's that?
if we wanted to get the 10%,
To qualify for the tax credits that were offset in Zapotec's early analysis, yeah.
but
For the additional
The
10%.
additional 10%. But to your point, Chris, there's an additional cost of domestic.
acquire that.
Yes.
So there's
10
a,
to 12%.
Right.
10 to
That's
12%.
That's exactly right.
And at this point, that rolls into that 30% added to Zapotec, because it's an
All right,
unknown
don't throw too many
cost.
numbers at me, Jay.
Right.
There's only so much you can know.
there's a lot of
A lot of numbers.
nuances.
So in terms of annual costs, again, I included a capital replacement in year 15, annual operations and maintenance cost, annual insurance cost, annual debt service. Annual benefits in my analysis was avoided costs, which are no longer would need to buy from the grid, escalating at 2% to be consistent with the others. Alternative on-bill credits, which is paying for any exported generation. And even though you're working to solve the amount of usage and the amount of generation are a match, as you can imagine, in July, the asset will produce and spin the meter backwards back to the grid because the building isn't consuming as much as it would in January or February when all the HVAC systems are operating.
And the annual usage is based on an energy model that the EFPBC had put together as part of the project,
Yes.
so.
Correct.
Is there a connection fee to the grid?
Yes.
Is
And
that factored
it's-
into this?
It's my expectation that it is not included, but the interconnection costs would be determined by the utility, and it's based on a whole host of factors, congestion on their infrastructure in the area, and any upgrades they need to do as a result. But because of the significant upgrade you're doing to the building, the amount of electricity they're expecting this building to use, likely from a construction standpoint, is probably going to carry the majority of the cost, and any minimal changes that would be necessitated by the solar PV would be literally minimal. A good example was, I worked on a similar project with the town of Lincoln, and because the building was designed to net zero energy, Eversource was fully aware of, that there was going to be a whole bunch of in, but a lot of out. And so the overall interconnection costs for that project, and it was about 1.4 megawatts, was about $67,000. Now, it's very specific to the circuit. It's very specific to the substation it's going back to. But I would suspect that, given the upgrades that are happening for the building, that would be sort of built into that overall cost. But there will definitely be some cost.
That's the way it was put, that it would be hard to break out the new service to the school versus what it is adding for the solar, when they're bringing in the new service now.
If you were
It'd be done
instead
together.
going to bypass the building and go directly to the grid, that would be a whole different issue, and the cost could be significant.
May I ask a quick clarification, Rich?
Sure.
On the capital, annual cost, you say capital replacement in year 15, and I'm realizing 2 plus 13 is 15. So are you modeling this presuming the arrays would be replaced at year
No.
15?
The capital is the inverter
Inverter.
replacement.
The inverter replacement, okay.
Yeah, I'm
got it.
holding a reserve for, inverters will need to be replaced somewhere in the 12 to 15-year range,
Okay,
depending on their maintenance, depending on
Okay.
all of that. But they will need to be, so holding some money there as a placeholder is a sort of a prudent decision.
Thank you.
So in looking all of that, really the difference, Zapotec's projected net benefits savings of about a little over 500,000, Select estimated a little over 600,000, and coincidentally, mine was right in the middle. Again, some of it was a function of cost, some of it was a function of, again, the debt service and how they carried it in their models. But net, once I rationalized the data, we came pretty close with their analysis. I'd like to note that the analysis, I think, is conservative. It's going off of the basis, again, I used some of their data where I probably wouldn't have had I not had to try to make a comparison between the two. As an example, the value of avoided cost, right? When you're investing in solar, whether you own it or someone else does, it's really a hedge against future energy costs. And your avoided cost is truly what you're no longer going to buy from the grid. They were using a value that was established because it's a data point on a sheet of paper. Both firms were using a value that was established by the Department of Energy Resources for use in the solar incentive program, which is a number, and it has a calculation, but it really doesn't explicitly tie to what your avoided costs are. I think your avoided costs are going to be higher. And I ran a model of sort of pre-solar, post-solar, using the energy data that came from your consultants or wherever, came from your consultants, and then subtracting out the generation that would occur from the solar. The other benefits that are not accounted for in any of the models are potential demand savings. And while I expect demand or power will decline, you'll see a decline in your monthly demand. Whether your demand charges are reduced is really a function of when you peak. So your demand charge is based on the highest 15-minute period in the entire month. And if the whole month is sunny and there's one 15-minute period where the sky turns dark with clouds, your demand charge is based on that, and that's what you get charged for the month. And that happens on a monthly basis. So none of these models account for any potential savings. And that's why I say I think they're conservative, and I think your savings will be greater. So in an attempt, oops. Where's the, did I go the wrong way?
No, I think this, no.
Where's my little tables?
It's the next one after this.
Oh, yeah, I must have just flipped. Yep. So in terms of a third-party owned scenario, Zapotec's analysis assumed that Select or a third-party power purchase rate would be 85% of the benefit, meaning you get to keep 15 and whoever owns the asset would keep 85. It's not a bad assumption. It's just not the assumption that Select offered. Select offered a fixed price rate, which is what I used in my analysis with no escalation. There's a trade-off between both of those types of models, and without, it wasn't a surprise to me that Zapotec used what I call an indexed offer, because it's indexed to a benefit. And many projects are designed that way, but many projects, and Selects in particular, they typically offer fixed price options as required under the power options model. Again, we use Select's offered rate, which is a blended rate of the carport and the rooftop, because they both have different values and different costs. Zapotec's net benefits are lower than Select's, due in part to the issue I raised before about that, because their cost structure was so much higher because of that 30% adder for soft costs and unknown. The debt service was significantly higher. Oh, this is third party, I'm sorry. But theirs were in part due to that sort of upfront cost assumption. Zapotec estimated the benefits at, again, a little over 500,000, selected a little over 6, and I was right in the middle. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what the implications or the financial analysis. So I looked at 25 years of benefits. So this is a cumulative number. 25 years of benefits of, and 25 years of costs, and what the net benefit is benefits after cost, and the net present value of the stream of benefits over the 20-year term and 25-year period. So if you look at it, the total estimated net benefits from town-owned using tax-exempt debt and getting that 25.5% investment tax credit is about 4.7 million. The town-owned using taxable debt is also, again, it's a little, that doesn't look right. That should be different. Oh, no, I'm sorry, these are all benefits. What am I talking about? These are using, it's just the column of taxable versus taxable. The town-owned debt using taxable debt, also the same amount. Again, these are benefits, avoided cost savings, any compensation for exported revenue, and the SMART incentives, which is the solar incentive program, and then any available renewable energy credit revenues that would accrue to the town after the SMART incentive has expired. After year 20, in a 25-year model, there's 5 years of benefit by selling your renewable energy credits into the market or retiring them and holding on to those credits. Select's power purchase, there's really only 2 revenue streams. There's the avoided cost revenue stream, and as you can see, it's the same. There's the revenue stream for anything you export, and these are revenue savings benefits back to the town. The combination of that is a little over 3 million. Now you compare that to the cost to achieve those benefits. And as you can see, the debt service for assuming tax-exempt debt for town-owned is about 3.27 million. The debt service using taxable debt is about 3.24 million. And again, obviously, there's no debt if somebody else owns the asset. I held constant the capital reserve, the operations and maintenance, the insurance, and then the power purchase costs is what you would pay Select for them incurring the debt, doing all the O&M, providing in full cost replacement insurance on the project of about 2.47 million. The net benefit over the 20-year period using taxable debt, tax-exempt debt is about 4.2 million. It's a little under 4.17 using tax-exempt debt, and with Select, the net benefit to the town for a power purchase agreement based on their offer was 5 point, wait, you know what, my eyes are like, what is it? 2.47 million, again. Same because it's just their power purchase cost. The estimated net benefits over the 25 years, again, is in the same general ballpark, around $500,000 under any of those scenarios. Some a little over, Select's is about 550,000. Town-owned using tax-exempt debt is a little under 500,000, and town-owned using taxable debt is a little more than 500,000. And as you can see, looking at the net present value, using a discount rate of 4% over a 25-year period, you've got a negative NPV for the 2 town-owned scenarios with positive 283,000 for Select, using under a power purchase agreement. And the reason for that, as you can see, is for the first 13 years while you're paying off your debt service, you have a negative cash flow. And that weighs heavily in the NPV. This again is based on borrowing $3.1 million as the capital cost less the investment tax credit received. So your long-term debt would be based on that net amount. But as you can see, with that level of borrowing offsetting the level of benefits on an annual basis, you've got a negative cash flow for the first 13 years, and then you go, pretty significantly, you go positive. Beth, Mark, and I spoke this afternoon about running another scenario. And the other scenario was looking at the estimator's cost, assuming the above and the below ground, at $2.8 million borrowed, pre-investment tax credit. And I ran the same analysis by looking at, again, tax-exempt debt and taxable debt. Again, tax-exempt debt assumes investment tax credit of 25.5%. Taxable debt assumes an investment tax credit of 30%. Tax exempt is at 4% borrowing for 13 years. Taxable is at 5% for 13 years. And as you can see, it makes a significant difference. Your 25-year net estimated benefits goes from, let's go back, goes from 479,000 using, if the town owned it using tax exempt debt, to 900,000. I mean, it's a significant difference. So clearly the lower amounts of borrowing that you do for the project, the lower your debt service is, the higher your benefits are. And as you can see, those negative net present values for both town-owned scenarios goes from negative to positive, about $100,000 of positive benefits. And yet, you still have negative cash flows in many years of the early stages of the project. So for using tax-exempt debt, you have negative cash flow through year 12, and it's year 11 using taxable debt. Again, select, there's a couple of years where you potentially have some negative cash flow in the early stages of the select project, similar to the other scenario. But for the rest of the time, there's positive cash flow, which means savings. So the next slide, my clients usually ask me the question of, well, what do you think the best option is for us? And my response to that is really doing a side-by-side comparison of what the issues are and what the benefits are from both of the options. So in terms of the ownership option, if you had under a third-party ownership model, you would enter into a long-term contract with a provider to lease part of your parcel and enter into a power purchase agreement. The power purchase rate can be fixed or variable. Select, under the power options model, has offered fixed price in year 1. That holds true through year 20 or 25, whatever your contract is with them. They've also offered lower first-year pricing with small escalators, so it escalates annually to attempt to track escalation of energy costs. It's an option. The third party takes the risk. It's a paid-for-performance contract. If the system is down, the cash register stops, and they yet still have their own debt service, but they're getting no revenue from the town. You, on the other hand, are still buying more from the grid as a result of that, if the array is not producing. The definitive agreements will provide financial guarantees for performance risk due to downtime or outages. They'll also be responsible for all annual operations and maintenance, insurance, and any operational or capital upgrades that are necessary. It's their asset, they maintain it, they address any issues. The third party is also responsible for all data reporting, incentive management, and utility coordination. So you've offloaded all of that responsibility onto them. The financial benefit streams to the town include avoided cost savings, right, because you're spinning your meter backwards. Any exported generation that goes to the utility, you still get those revenues. Lease payments, it's an option. Some municipalities want lease payments as part of these arrangements. And any applicable tax payments. And tax revenues are not built into any of this analysis. But under a new law that went into effect in 2021, climate legislation, the personal property, if owned by a third party, could be considered exempt from personal property taxation if the asset is no greater, does not generate more than 125% of the on-site requirements. I expect that personal property, if owned by a third party, would be exempt from personal property taxation. And I will always defer to town council on all matters legal. As it pertains to real property, also under state law, if tax-exempt property is used for taxable purposes, the property, the underlying property, becomes taxable as if the lessor was the fee owner of the property. So there will be some real property taxation, but any entity that owns an asset and is selling you electricity under a power purchase agreement would blend those costs into their financial analysis So it's basically a pass-through. If the town owns the asset, you'll need to raise the capital for construction and obviously long-term debt service. The town would be responsible for all the life cycle costs for periodic equipment replacement and for operations, maintenance, and insurance costs. You would take on risks from any downtime or grid outage, storms, and equipment failure. And that would result in lost net benefits because you'll be buying more from the grid. You won't be buying from the sun, you'll be buying from the grid. So clearly the difference of risk is pay for performance on either side of the equation. The benefits to the town would be, again, avoided energy costs, compensation for any exported generation, but the smart incentives, so the solar incentives, or renewable credits, but the smart incentives would accrue to the benefit of the town. Under a third-party ownership model, the smart incentives accrue to the benefit of the owner. If the town is the owner, the town would get the smart incentives, and that's built into my analysis. You would be eligible for the federal investment tax credit, that direct pay option, and you'd be able to participate in any upstream capacity markets, the forward capacity markets and other markets where you can monetize some additional benefits from your project if you so desire. So that's really sort of the big difference between the two structures. Any questions?
So any questions? Thank you for that thorough presentation.
All right, my eyes are like a little fuzzy for some reason.
My eyes are fuzzy too. Any questions for Beth?
I've got a few. So when we talk about third party and avoided energy costs, and then we both have the same benefit of avoided energy costs, right? Power purchase agreement, we still have costs. If we own it, we let's assume there's a even number of cloudy days and sunny days, and generally we have enough energy being produced. PPA, we're still paying for the energy that our roof has generated. So we're paying less, but we're still outlaying money for energy generated from our own roof. If we own it, we're not.
If you own it, you're paying debt service.
Correct?
Yes. But you're
Yes.
not paying for the power that's generated directly, you're paying debt service.
Right.
But I think if you go to that slide,
So the
With
break
the-
even piece, yes,
so
Which one, this one?
with
Oh,
the
the-
red text.
this one.
So for the first, is
This
this the 3.1?
First 11 to 13
Whatever
years.
right.
This is 2.8 million, yeah. So your debt service is gobbling up a lot of the benefits for
Right.
the first 11.
11 to 13 years,
Yeah.
depending on your two models. And then at some point, break even and beyond for the next 13 to useful life of 25, we're not paying anything. And in theory, I don't understand how the on-bill credit revenues for exported generation works. Do we get does the town get a credit on the town's energy bill? Or is it a credit on the Lynch energy bill? Where does that, you may not know, maybe Beth does. Where does that revenue go?
Wherever
To
you
which?
direct Eversource to put it.
So
So if you export 100 kilowatt hours, Eversource will
Offset
modify
the price of town hall, or offset the price of something.
wherever you direct Eversource to put it,
Okay.
and you can change that periodically.
Okay,
Directly to Michelle. You can do that.
yeah, that sounds fabulous. And then this was at your very beginning of your presentation, which was, the assumption was that there were more efficient DC modules, that some of this benefit, energy benefit, you think is understated. What, does that better modules mean we generate more and sell it to the grid? So that the idea that some of this design, there's better technology coming out, there's more efficient modules that will do something.
So,
Where does that fit? Where does that benefit fit?
so
You're not in this column on the other page.
So I'm going to let these guys tell you what they're doing, but just in general, when you have more efficient or bigger modules, more output, so 580s.
Yep.
580 watts versus 475s, the size of them are actually bigger also. And so you potentially need fewer modules to take up less real estate, particularly on a carport, your parking area, where you can build smaller carports or use less real estate on the roof to get the same or maybe a little more generation.
how does that affect the capital costs?
580s are a little more expensive than 475s, but 580s are also producing more, so you need fewer of them.
And my understanding was 580s aren't really even available for installation until 2025 anyway. Maybe that's not true, but it's just the latest technology. It's what's coming out.
Yep.
It's what people are getting ready for.
Okay.
But I think also
I
throw
think
in
they're out.
there, they're designing to the energy model of the building. So
Right.
there won't be extra, there's no reason to to build extra.
Right,
We're designing to the model.
right.
If it means fewer panels at higher
For
wattage,
this, yep,
we're still at the same output that we're looking for.
And
okay.
because the energy model is just that, it's a model of equipment runtime. It's not a model of equipment of building operations.
Right.
Yep.
Having a little extra capacity is a good hedge, and again, you
Yep.
won't, yeah.
Okay. So the cost could be slightly higher, the benefit could be, to us, smaller footprint, potentially less to maintain, or fewer replacements when one fails, if we have 15 instead of 25, and output, who knows, might be better, might be about the same,
Maybe a little,
okay.
yeah.
And I think that's it for me, just had those two questions, so, thanks.
Other people?
I guess so.
Cynthia?
For the first one, in terms of the cost, where it seems like Zapatec and Select were different based on how they were designing, how are we fairly certain that their costs are accurate in terms of like, so I guess to rephrase that, when we look at Zapatec and Select for the things that are the same, would we anticipate that for borrowing 3.1 or 2.8, that regardless of which firm, that's approximately where we're at?
Although the 2.8 and the 3.1 are the same firm, Zapatec's, who was the engineer of record. The 30% is because we're only at 90% drawings right now. And there's contingencies built in, there's the design fees that we've already spent on the committee, there's a lot of stuff rolled into that. But the 2.8 to build it versus our cost estimator for the project are in line.
Okay.
So, I'm not using Select's figures in what we're doing at this point.
Right, because Select didn't include a
The-
whole part
yeah.
of the project, right, which is why their number was that much lower than
And
Zapatec
I would
number.
anticipate, had Select included all the underground stuff, their PPA rate would be reflective of that increased cost as well.
Because just to reiterate, the project doesn't include to pay for the cost of the underground work. So somehow, whether we do a PPA or direct purchase, we have to build the cost of that infrastructure into it.
So the other, so another question is just if we, so we're estimating sort of the useful life is 25 years, and obviously who knows what solar will look like in 25 years, because 25 years ago, we didn't realize that our computers could go to 2000. Thinking in like today's terms for replacing something, where you have existing solar and you're replacing it, about like what percentage of standing up an original project is that?
So the solar module technology has advanced significantly in the past decade, and I expect we'll continue to see improved advancements. By year 25, the modules are actually warranted to be 85% of their original efficiency. So there is degradation over time, but still in year 25, the modules, again, systems are properly maintained and not a lot of critter damage and some other things. The modules could go, there are solar arrays that are still operational after 35 years. The oldest one, I think, in the country is in Beverly, Massachusetts, which was funded by the Carter administration, and it was still producing. The inverters had been replaced 1,000 times, but the modules, the longevity on them, the steel will last a while. You know, clearly in years to come, if those modules need to be replaced, or the opportunity, it's time to sort of repower the asset, generally speaking, the carport structure itself can be reused for that purpose. And the rooftop, to the extent the configuration of the modules and how they're attached to the ballasted racking system can be, no?
No,
I don't know what the
no,
design is of the ballasted
I've
racking
been biting my
system.
tongue, and then Anthea said the one thing that I did want to comment on. I would just describe, I don't want to call it the elephant in the room, but it's the elephant on the roof. The Ambrose roof is 17 years old. So you all have seen the report from the roof study. Gail gave a couple of options, right? You could spend some short money now, extend the life 3 or 4 years. You don't have to replace it right now, but you're going to need to replace it in the next like 5 or 6 years. DPW's recommendation, as I understand it, with the support of this board, is to push forward to get the engineering going, to get going on the roof replacement for Ambrose. So I'm not familiar with a flat roof on a school building in Winchester that makes it 25 years, although the solar system might. And I think we had talked, maybe it was back in May when Jay and I were visiting with you all, that we were looking at, I think, a 20-year period, really for a couple of reasons, because that's our existing PPAs with Select at Vincent Owen and the high school are 20-year agreements. But that's generally what we think about as the life of a roof. And it's great if we get more out of it, but that has not been our recent experience. So when I look at the cash flow, I mean, I would look at that and think maybe 6 or 7 years in black. I would be suspect of going all the way to, year 25. I'm just saying that's what our experience has been, and you all have a pretty detailed report of what's going on High Street, 17-year-old roof. So who would think about that?
We should get 25 out of the canopies, though.
Oh, yes, 100% agree, yeah.
One, you'd really have to.
Well, to some extent, your roof gets a little bit of protection
Yeah.
because it's covered, part of it, with solar. So there's an added layer of surface on top, which should provide some protection.
So Chris and Jay, do you have, you investigated the cost, or heard the cost of re-roofing a roof with the solar arrays? You have to take the arrays off, and then, because I'd like to know, is that $2 million? And if that's $2 million in 20 years, should we even be going down this road?
So we had this conversation with Mr. Pruitt back in August, and he reached out to, I cannot remember the name, a PPA provider for whom this is a small project and they're not interested. So an institution much larger than Select. And what they said, at that time we were talking about PPAs because EFPBC had that concern. So what happens when it's time to replace? And the recommendation was is you just roll that cost into the successor agreement. So if you decided PPA is the way we should go, then you're on that train for, again, our experience has been 20 years. So maybe by year 17, we're talking about a successor agreement, and we would roll the costs into that successor PPA for pulling that equipment off, because whoever we would be contracting with would own that. But that's the extent of the conversation we've had. It hasn't been, John, like if we owned it, what would that cost? How would that work?
I think we want to know that also, like, we're assuming that the successor PPA is not going to stick a gun to our head and be like, well, okay, instead of getting a 50% credit, we're going to give you a 2% credit because we have to pay to have the roof, all the panels taken off and all this work done.
So typically under power purchase agreements, there are provisions to allow you to do what you need to do to your roof. And you would pay the cost of decommissioning, storage, reinstallation. And,
Do you have a number on that?
well, and on top of that, lost revenues for the time. Now, under the power options model, and I have full confidence Lisa Mead will support any negotiation if you did a power purchase agreement. Under that model, there is a sort of a downtime provision that they allow you to have over the term of the agreement. But if there was a concern that the roof may not last 25 years, I would only enter into a 20-year power purchase agreement. And most typically, because there's added protection on a brand new roof and the system being fully ballasted, you would expect that you would get at least 20 years of life. But the costs are not insignificant. And Ken Pruitt probably, I worked for Ken when he was in Arlington, and they were going through that very same thing as they were building their new high school. that had solar on it, that had to be removed in stages and stored. And, I mean, the cost for decommissioning and reinstallation could be upwards of, that size system, I think it was something like 350,000 to $500,000 to have it all done. Maybe some of those costs got rolled into some forward agreement after that, but there are definitely costs, and your contract will very clearly state what you would be responsible to pay for under a power purchase agreement.
In the construction side, a direct owned system right now on the 20-year roof, which we're going through some, you would be replacing the system. You wouldn't, you'd take them off and get rid of them.
Right.
And start another 20 years with the new roof, and not put a 20-year-old product back on the roof with the PPA you locked into, whatever agreement you have with them
For that term,
for
right,
that term.
right.
But, you know, direct owned, you figured you broke even in 6-7 years, and now 20 year or 22 years when you're doing the roof, you're actually getting rid of the system and replacing it with a new roof and going another 20 years.
And you design a school for 40 years? You design a school to last 40 years, just for life?
4 years?
40.
40. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say 50.
You almost
Yeah.
gave Chris a heart attack.
I thought he said 4, and then I'm looking at 4 fingers, and I'm like, John Fallon does not have 40 fingers, so I'm just gonna have to scratch.
We're at this one at
In
60.
my mind, it's a 50-year building.
50 years, okay.
Can I just thinking of some of the things that you were talking about as well? The annual costs, operations, maintenance, insurance, are those included in the model? Or are the, okay.
In Beth's model.
They're in my
Yeah,
model.
they're in your model.
Oh, and operations and maintenance and capital replacement are included in the other two models. They did not include any insurance costs.
Okay. And then in terms of maintenance, for us, are there specific things that would be done by our staff for operations and maintenance, or would essentially that type of thing is contracted and you have a contract for a vendor who's doing O&M throughout the course of it?
Typically speaking, I would probably suggest, I would, at least initially, until staff was comfortable with the assets. They're utility-grade assets, they're at medium voltage. People need to know what they're dealing with when they're up there. I would do, you know, with third-party O&M agreement with a firm that has expertise in that area to make sure the inverters are running properly, there aren't any issues with any of the modules, that none of the, a critter didn't bite through a string. I mean, there's all kinds of things. I had a client that had a turkey strike, took out the whole system. Somebody had literally, turkey didn't
It's a hell of a
do
turkey.
turkey didn't do very well after that. But I mean, those kinds of things happen, and so having a reactive team to be able to fix, fix this, whatever's broken.
I don't think this is not a dig on our DPW staff in any way, shape, or form. I just don't think we're equipped to service solar panels. Yeah.
And quite frankly, whether the town owned or it was third party, and Lisa Mead and I have been negotiating this with Select in particular and other vendors, the one that Ken had reached out to, which I'm sure was Amoresco.
It was, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Well, it's because it's who we worked with in Arlington. But
Thank you.
I would even have provisions, I would address provisions, whether the town owned it or a third party, have some provision in place to deal with the potential requirement of snow removal. When modules are buried in snow, you usually just let them be, as I'm sure you do in your own homes for those who have solar. And eventually, when the sun hits the modules, will start to melt the snow. But if we have a snowmageddon year where you have 4 feet of snow on top of a roof, it's possible that the building inspector will direct the town to shovel the roofs. And if that happens, it's always my concern, uninformed staff going up there and shoveling the unknown of what's down there. Those modules, while they're not generating electricity, they're still energized, there's energy in them.
Right.
And there are 2 liability issues, again, regardless of who owns it. Liability issue number 1 is you damage, if it's somebody else's equipment, you have a claim against you for damaging equipment and you pay for that. If you damage your own equipment, you have to address that and get it fixed. But the safety issue to me is paramount. And having people who are familiar with the systems, to address those kinds of issues, to me, would be key.
Mhm.
So that is something I would absolutely build in as a provision and make sure that you have, under any O&M agreement, an on-call provision to help facilitate that process, if it happens. And it's only really if you're required to shovel the roofs, otherwise I'd leave them be.
You just mentioned,
Can I ask a question from this side of the table, or,
sure, go ahead.
or just a couple? One, on Anthea's question about the maintenance that's taken care of by the PPA provider. Do towns usually do the maintenance themselves, or do they outsource that too?
If it's done under a power purchase agreement, the owner does it. If the town owns the asset, the town would either do it themselves or contract.
Contract that out?
Yeah.
I was curious on the cost differences, how the PPA, when you do the comparison of, what was this, the bottom part of the chart, just how they're able to do it for 40% less. You know, is there something that makes it more expensive for towns to?
So it's because Select, we believe, and they confirmed with Beth, that they did not include any of that underground cost in their analysis. So if we stripped out the 30% from Zapotec's numbers and added some cost for the underground into Select's numbers, the cost structure for both of them is pretty close.
So when we look at these numbers where it's 3.7, 3.7, and 2.4, are you saying the 2.4 should be 30% higher?
The PPA rate is likely to be higher. How it gets rationalized in their financial models to solve for the same return on investment is unclear to me. I don't know that I would be comfortable adding 30% to their PPA price, but their pricing structure that they offered did not include any of that underground work for either of their pricing, whether it was they own it or the town
They
owns it.
assumed the site was being turned over as solar ready.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is not how the project is being constructed.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if it's on apples to apples. If
It isn't.
it's not, so
Not-
so when we look at these, the 25-year estimated cost, we don't know what it would be, but it would be higher probably.
Yes.
They're not working magic and somehow
No.
making it work for 2.4 million. The numbers just wrong.
That's correct.
Oh.
Well, the numbers are correct if they were able to
Right, well, they didn't
take
have,
the site as solar
they
ready.
didn't have all the
Correct.
information in it, but in a practical matter, if we're
I would expect it to be
comparing these,
higher.
we
That
would-
is correct.
We would expect that to be higher.
Mhm.
And then the last thing was just, because that of course will play out into that red sheet probably, on the other page, if the numbers were higher.
I
on
would
the other
expect
column.
you'd see many more years in the red.
Yes, so the last thing was just, I wonder if it makes sense to think of the canopy and the roof separately, given the roof issue. The canopy, probably would last 25 years. Maybe you mentioned someone lasted 35 years, but maybe we should think about the roof portion in 20-year increments, if the roof underneath has to be replaced every 20 years, but the canopy portion may be a longer term. Anyway, those were just my thoughts, and thank you for that. I know I'm on this side of the table, so I shouldn't
It's okay.
see too many questions.
So-
but-
If I can address that, because I think you'll see
Go ahead.
vastly different economics. So what's happening here is you have more generation at a lower cost, weighted with less generation from the canopies because they're smaller, at a much higher cost, cost and power purchase cost. When you weight it, you come out with an average power purchase rate of about 15.4 cents. If you were just to do under a third-party ownership the canopy, you would have sort of the denominator would be lower and the numerator would be higher. So the power purchase rate would be significantly higher, and that would result in a lot of negatives in the annual cost column, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and the last thing I forgot to mention on that was just, since it's a 50-year building, that I imagine the cost would drop quite a bit on the canopies in the second 25-year period, because you don't have to build the canopies again.
Under a power purchase agreement, or under, it must, right?
Well, under either of them.
So if you do a power purchase agreement, typically the Select model with power options is 20 or 25-year agreement. I don't think they've gotten as far as the sort of repowering in year 25 yet.
Yeah.
My guess, they would start over, and I think your question is, if they were to start over and put new modules on and leave the canopy structure, it would be more akin to like a rooftop installation,
Yeah.
because the the steel is still there.
Or Tom,
Galvanized.
were you suggesting you just leave it as it is? Because the PPA expires and then we own that equipment, and even though their efficiency will drop over time, so long as they're operating, we've got solar panels on ground-mounted canopies with a very high first cost, but no more substantial investment over years.
So PPAs at expiration aren't to zero cost for you to take. Typically, there is a buyout at the end of the 25-year period. It's small. The buyout schedule that Select will offer as part of a power purchase agreement is not based on the cost of the project. It's based on the net present value of the unrealized revenues in the year that you buy out the asset. So at the end of the term, there is theoretically some residual value that they're going to look to capture, but it's small. So yes, you could buy out an asset and then ultimately replace the modules and have a brand-new asset at a much lower first cost.
And Chris, I was just thinking, since it's a 50-year building, that the first 25 years have a much higher cost basis because you have to build the canopies. And so we're looking at the life of the building. That was my point.
All right.
Can I just ask one follow-up? Sorry.
Go ahead.
To Tom's question about it, looking here at Select, where with the 2.8 borrowing, they're 556 compared to somewhere 900,000.
Is that what you're looking at?
Then, well, that one or the next. If we're saying that we're actually, Select is, we're underestimating the estimated cost on Select, is that by like tens of thousands of dollars? Is that by, like, where
So it's
ballpark
probably-
are we as we look
Probably
at the net benefits?
$800 to $1 million.
So that,
They
so that
assume-
$2.4 million number for estimated cost could actually be $3.4 million.
So they assumed,
Am I right on that?
the cost
No?
for the
Well, when
system
No, that's high.
in a direct purchase was 1.85 million, right? And our cost estimators came back, it's somewhere between 2.6 and 2.8 million.
Yep.
So if
They
you,
would be in line with the 2.8.
Which might have
So that
So that
$2.4 million number should be, in theory, 2.8 million
on the high end.
on the high end.
No, that
No.
2.4 million is their power purchase rate. If you were looking at the cost for, if you were to own it, what Beth was just saying is the offer of the cost for which I rolled into the debt model. I looked at the debt model, theirs was 1.85 million, give or take, whereas Zapotec's original was 3.1. But then when we backed out the 30%, we also did an analysis at 2.8 million. And so you're really seeing that in the debt service. But the 2.8 million of cost is built into the two ownership models, whereas if you look at the Select power purchase project offer, the power purchase agreement, that's based on their cost of about 1.84. If their cost went up to 2.8 or any number north of 1.854, your power purchase rate would go up and your power purchase costs would go up. I don't know what it would go up to, but it would go up, an $800,000 bump or a $500,000 bump in their cost structure is significant, and I fully expect it would significantly increase the power purchase rate and therefore your power purchase costs.
Ultimately, the estimated net benefit would be
Lower.
swing the other way.
Correct.
So, and if we look at it at the 3.1 borrowing,
So if you look at so Zapotec also did a PPA rate, right? And I know it's slightly different because they assumed the 15% discount as opposed to a power purchase agreement. But after 25 years, they are estimating around $510,000 in savings in their model.
And Select's is 556.
Well, that was your model with Select's
Numbers, right.
Select was a little bit higher in their
Right.
own model, I think.
Right,
So-
because they used, I forget what they used, I saw white, yeah.
So are you saying that even if the costs go up, the estimated net benefit is gonna still be in that,
If the costs go up for
Area?
select, their estimated net benefits will go down
okay.
Reimbursed because they have a bigger investment.
All right,
substantially.
that's what, but,
Hmm.
so with
then it's-
Zapotec,
Those are converging. If the
Correct, that
select
is
costs
correct.
go up,
Right,
which we
and-
would anticipate they would go up because they're not including this underground piece.
go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Rich. Thank you, Beth. This is very helpful. Been kind of talking around circles for many months, so it's good to have this here because it's very clear. How many projects do you work with where people do direct purchase? Because it just doesn't seem like, even from what you say with the 30% ITC, it still doesn't seem like there's any benefit to it.
So most of the projects that I've worked on, and it's dozens and dozens, and I mainly sit on your side of the table, on the municipal side, most of them are third-party owned. And part of that is just utilization of capital and availability of capital. It's more of that's really the primary driver. And because the Inflation Reduction Act, which just went into effect in 2022, the implementation of which is yet to be fully implemented, wasn't available for even consideration. I'm more and more, I'm doing these kinds of analyses for municipalities who are looking to make that determination. Ultimately, is it something the town wants to own and build into its borrowing for the project itself, or is it something that they want a third party to own? I have a client, I just worked on a sort of a gut rehab of a school. It was a $100 million gut rehab, and they did not want to spend another $4 million for solar, so they basically built the project to be solar ready, and a solar developer came in, actually under the power options model, and did 1.4 megawatts of carport and rooftop canopy. So it's a.
But that was a PPA.
They went with a PPA?
That was a power purchase agreement.
Anybody that does direct purchase.
It's too soon to even answer the question. I do have some clients that have done direct purchases on very small systems where they were able to either use prior grants, EECBG and other types of grants, to buy down the cost of the project. But again, it's, with the new tax benefit, it's changing the metric. It's changing the decision-making to look at whether or not they want to own it.
So the benefit really would be, or would be attractive to anyone that had significant funds to make the purchase without borrowing.
Yeah, there's the difference between tax exempt entity owning the asset and realizing the tax credit and a taxable entity is there's one additional benefit that the taxable entity gets, and that's accelerated depreciation, which makes a big difference as they're looking at sort of rationalizing this in their financial models. Whereas the tax exempt entity doesn't pay taxes, so there's no depreciation benefit that you're realizing. So there is that added benefit. And then the other piece of it is, which is sort of the complicated part of the sausage making, is that under power purchase agreements, the revenues that are coming in under a power purchase agreement from the PPA revenues, as well as the other streams, are actually monetized and sold, the tax credits in particular, sold into the sort of the taxable market where there are entities that are looking to see the full value of those monetized credits. So that it's a complicated financial structure, but at the end of the day, I think the real difference is, as I said earlier, it's a balance between risk and benefit and risk and cost, and whether or not you have the capital to build and to look at where the revenue streams are, and can you afford, again, with all of the assumptions that are built into these models, all of them, can you budget for all of those negative cash flows on an annual basis until the debt service is paid off?
Yeah, I mean, I think
No.
everything is built on an assumption of the energy model, right? And until the building is in operation, we won't be able to truth check that energy model.
Yeah, so I guess, my question is that the benefit for us would be is if we had $3.1 million or some significant amount sitting around and we said we're going to put it towards this project, because we're really prepaying our energy costs for, you know, X amount of years, right? So we know that these energy costs are gonna be there to the town in our operating budget, but we're essentially prepaying them and hopefully getting a fixed rate, a discount, and then, you know, over a period of time, maybe the upside, like we've seen some of the solar output on Vincent Owen and some of our other projects have been more than we projected, right? So that's a benefit to us, based on our energy model, right? So, okay.
And I would suggest the way to think about it is it's $3.1 million you're prepaying for 20 years of energy. Because if you go 21, 22, 23, that's gravy. And a future select board can thank you all for your vision back in 2023. But I wouldn't plan on it.
I wouldn't plan on them thanking us.
What?
I feel like they would.
Mike will still be here.
Another 20 years.
And the solar development
will
in and
they?
of itself is a hedge against future energy volatility, right? It's a hedge, whether it's sort of your fixed cost through your borrowing or fixed cost through a purchase agreement, it's a hedge. And it's just a sort of a function of how you want to realize and rationalize the benefits over time and the costs.
So our energy model then, Jay says, you know, over the next 20 years, this is what our energy costs for the building are going to be.
And that was done by the engineering team,
Energy usage.
energy usage.
Energy usage,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
But that's also modeled around the school's usage, operation.
Sure.
You turn around and all of a sudden, you know, we're going to school in the summer and running air conditioning, that throws the model out.
Yep. As soon as Desi
You're renting
says
it every weekend and.
extend the school year,
Exactly,
absolutely.
exactly.
If
All that throws the model.
we have an extended year program for students with some special needs. We've run it at Lincoln some years, the now decommissioned Lynch some other years. If we run EYP at the new Lynch, there's gonna be energy consumption there as well. And the district, of course, needs some flexibility to make those decisions too. Rich, may I ask one last question of Beth?
I'll note that
Very quick.
this topic has gone now 1.5 times the school committee meeting length earlier today. And I wonder, I'm just noting that for the record to the 2 school committee members.
You can add that on.
And it started in
Can we
May.
add that on to your meeting?
We'll call it the
It started in May.
All right.
Beth, my question is, if in fact the town felt it was best to go with the PPA route, we're not obligated to go with select and power options. We have the option to go through a competitive RFP process, as I understand it. If we were to do that, do we have flexibility if you or other advisors would recommend, for instance, indexing, as you described earlier, if that was a way to go, or certain elements that we would want that third-party provider to be providing to us? We could articulate that, I presume, in an RFP and kind of make that a condition of contract. Could we not?
Absolutely, we do it all the time.
Okay.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
that's just something else to think about. That's one way to be sure we get certain things is it's in the RFP, it's a condition of contract, whoever we go with.
But should you choose to go with select, through the Power Options program, I have complete confidence that town council will articulate all of the concerns and bring those to the table. She's a very smart and tough negotiator, so we've been working on a bunch of different projects together, Lisa and I.
Have you guys done any direct purchase together, or just the PPA stuff? Is that with you and Lisa?
Just the PPA,
Just the
with
PPA.
Lisa. I've done some EPC work with other companies that have done it actually in connection with performance contracts and other types of large-scale energy efficiency programs, where they've blended in renewable energy as part of the deal.
Any other questions?
I know that within the governor's budget, that I think they proposed a $50 million grant funding for future green energy or clean energy. I don't know if that's something that's come to, that I see like, this was the budget a month ago, right? But I don't know if that's something else that anyone has more context on, or if that's come through kind of schools or MSBA.
So my understanding, if it's the one you're talking about, is there was a $50 million allocation to DESI,
Mhm.
some reason, to work with MSBA and Mass Clean Energy Center to fund making roofs solar ready.
Okay.
So to provide roof replacement, partial roof replacement, upgrades to roofs in connection with renewable generation. 50 million, you've replaced roofs before, 50 million is not a lot of money. But, so I suspect they'll be looking at the application process, none of that's out yet, because I gave it to an agency that doesn't implement. Told them to work with implementers. So we'll take,
So that would
Those are the
be,
20
Take a little
24
while.
budget, so
and would
it's
that
not.
be for new construction as well, or just retrofitting, older school buildings?
I think it's retrofitting, it's gonna be roof replacement work.
Ken Pruitt brought that to our attention during the capital cycle. We talked about Ambrose. So there's the potential to offset roof replacement costs at Ambrose if we were gonna move with solar, but not sure where that stands. I mean, the school committee was thinking we were gonna talk about Ambrose roof for FY '26, so we could get some solar proposals for Ambrose. That's a conversation for later. But it would be interesting to try to go for that money, Ms. Brady, but we would need to have a plan to put solar on the roof at Ambrose.
And my guess is they'll be allocating it based on, quote, sort of shovel readiness.
Mhm.
They'll be
Mhm.
looking for a quick win.
Mhm.
So this, if you're prepared, your application would likely be better received.
Okay. Do any members have any direction that they're leaning towards on this? I think, so we have to, the time period to get something prepared for town meeting is dwindling, and Beth, maybe you can speak a little bit about this, but the plan is to vote our motions for town meeting on October 5th. So Beth, what do you need from this board?
Yeah, so
And when?
the motions are, the deadline for the motions are October 13th. With the Indigenous Peoples' Day holiday, we pushed the board's meeting to October 5th. So certainly, the plan was to vote the motions on October 5th. Between now and that meeting, should we hold that meeting to vote the motions, I need some direction from the board in terms of which direction we're headed. Because right now we have two articles, one for the PPA route, which just gives the board the authority to enter into an agreement for longer than 3 years, and the other for the direct purchase. Should you want to move forward with the direct purchase, I need to have some direction on whether it's a full borrowing or if there's a free cash component, whatever it is, however we would finance it. Or we move forward with the PPA. So that's kind of where I need to, assuming we keep that October 5th deadline, that's what I need, information I need to bring back a motion to you at that meeting.
We need to draft a motion.
I was hoping the economics of ownership would be more compelling, but I don't really see that for me.
Is it possible to, I mean, from Tom's question, so thank you for extending your school committee meeting by an hour and 20 minutes to join us, counting. I think that concerns me that we're not like apples and oranges on these, and that the PPA here looks more compelling. But then if we look at the sort of lower borrowing amount and consider that those values are not quite the same, I mean, it seems that they converge quite a bit. So I'd just like to have a bit more information on that.
Would it be beneficial to ask Select to build into their financial models some sum of money for all of the underground work? And come back with potential revised PPA rate and EPC cost?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, and I think it's, important that we started a process and we've kind of got to finish it with the correct information. So, we've got a subcommittee that's been working on this and kind of waiting for the right information to digest. And so if we're going to make a recommendation to do, a PPA, I think we've got to make sure that we've
Who is that subcommittee?
Well, it's Michelle and I and,
These people.
and
Ken.
and members from the finance committee.
And Beth.
It's, Brian,
Jeff.
Jeff Calabrese and, Stefan. So,
So Mike, have you guys, come up with anything, or did you see it as a closer comparison? I know the numbers aren't right, because of, we use select, and it's a partial chord, if you will. So do you think it's actually closer decision, like, it's a, you know, it's a net, you know, essentially, to your point, we're gonna prepay $3.1 million for 20 years of power?
Yeah.
Is that the conclusion is that where your brain's at?
oh, well, I I mean, I think last time that, I, asked that we have like, some borrowing numbers on, 3 million, 2 million, 1 million, so that we could, take a look at what the benefit was to us, because I do think that the electricity generation from the building, there's gonna be more value to us long-term, but I don't know that, right? So, it's, and if there's, money left in the project, or there's something, or we say, hey, it's worth it for us to have, to invest some ARPA, maybe FinCom says maybe some free cash as well.
Yeah.
Then, it's worthwhile, but, what's gonna happen is we're going to see all the energy, if we do the PPA, generated off the roof, right after the building's open, and as we see with VO, it's a lot more than we anticipated, right? So, we've gotta know that we did our homework looking back, and, so we don't feel like we missed an opportunity.
So, yeah, to that point, I don't wanna, well, I'm gonna drag it out anyhow. Beth, I have a question for you. What did you use for escalator for energy costs? 2%?
Yes.
So, over the last 15 years, do you have a sense for what that's gone up per year? You must.
Yes, I would say the past 2 years, you've seen exponential increase in energy costs, primarily due to the war in Ukraine and the impact it has, right?
But if-
But like 20%, right? But prior to that, the difference with escalation, so let me answer the question. So there are two pieces. There's the energy piece and the delivery piece. Delivery piece is regulated, it does not go up.
Right.
They're escalating the whole rate by 2% per year. So effectively, it's escalating the energy piece at a much higher rate. I like to be much more conservative. I would have used 1% on the whole rate, which effectively would probably come closer to 2% on the energy piece. But I don't think 2% per year is an astronomically off the charts number.
So between, what's the break, is it a 50-50 split, 40-60 split between the cost to deliver it and the cost of the energy?
Well, the town has been very aggressive in purchasing competitive electricity supply, so your electricity supply costs are lower than the utilities currently right now. But if you were to look at the utility cost, which is what you're getting compensated off of for
Yeah.
exported, it's probably about 50-50 once you rationalize the seasonal impacts of the electricity costs.
So if we're supporting the ownership argument, where I was going with this, like, if you look at Cape Wind and all these other wind developments, they're getting blown up because they can't afford to build them, because interest rates, cost of materials and so forth. You've got the state's clean energy mandate, so we have to import that power, we're going to pay more for it.
Well, so a couple of things that are happening, and Mike and I had this conversation earlier. So natural gas, I don't want to get into too many details, and I apologize. Natural gas is the big driver in Massachusetts for electricity costs.
Right.
75% of our energy, our generation is coming from natural gas. We are pipeline constrained with natural gas, so when we hit peak winter, we're in trouble. And so two things we've done historically is we've vaporized liquefied natural gas that's stored into the distribution network, and that's helped meet local demand. What's happening now is the generators are forced to go to an alternative fuel source that's more expensive because they have to buy it even if they don't use it. That's added to the increase in our electricity costs. There are two things that we know are happening. We know that the, lack of a better term, the extension cord from hydro in Quebec is going to be plugged into our grid sometime in the end of 2025 because that project is proceeding. And we know that Vineyard Wind, which is in development or in construction right now, is supposed to be online in the 2025 timeframe. That's going to take pressure off of natural gas, which should depress electricity costs a little bit. As for the other wind projects, there's probably going to be 2 or 3 of them because there's offshore licenses that are in place, federal offshore licenses. They're going to be bidding in, but the Healy administration has asked for more capacity, so they're bidding in bigger projects with the theory that there'll be some economies of scale, and so they'll be able to control for some of those costs. Plus, there's infrastructure locally that's built now in Somerset, down by where Brayton Point was, up in Salem, that are receiving body parts of wind turbine products that are able to at least offload them from the waters and then deploy them back out. So
Just that's just gonna mitigate.
it will take a while, and we're probably looking at, for those projects, sometime before 2030, and we're a long way to go before we get there.
Great, thank you.
Can I make a point, Rich, about funding, to Mike, to your comment about the possibility of using project funding? I would love nothing more if we could, but I just want to make the point to this board that even if the project comes in $1 million under budget, that's not $1 million that we have to give to anything, because we're not out of the ground yet. It's one of the biggest deep breaths on any project, institutional construction, excavation, earth retention, foundation. You never really know what you're gonna hit when you start digging holes. One of our biggest cost overruns on VO was hazardous material abatement. We had ACM on VO that was not on the drawings. We might find that at Lynch. And then, of course, you get to topping out. So we will have, as I read it, we will have long since needed to have somebody under contract and understand what our costs are before we would have a comfort level saying, there's $1 million here. Because we got to get closer to the finish line, I think, on the project. And it's a different story if it comes in $10 million under budget, but I mean, nobody's expecting that. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, and, right, no, I appreciate that, Chris, no, thank you, it's, more of just a general idea of how we, shift our funds around, but, certainly there's no sense that we have at this point that, we're gonna be under, significantly, so, yeah, it's fair.
So we're not doing a very good job of giving any direction to our town manager on this issue. and
I just-
How to direct,
Yeah, so
Draft
Beth,
a
if we were to go to ownership, and we said we wanted to use $500,000 from free cash, I'm just making numbers, and then 2.7 million of, right?
So here's,
2.5,
here's part of the
2.6
issue.
would be what, borrowing?
contingency.
We get a good bid price, right? So they're bidding the underground work and the solar work as an alternate. Assuming we get a good bid price and we decide we want to buy it out as part of the project, we won't have that number till November 17th. What we're working on right now.
After town meeting.
After town meeting. So what we're working on right now is
Or
is an
night,
estimate,
whatever.
right? Which we think is
Be
a good
close.
we think is a
Night
good
five.
estimate, but it's still an estimate. So what we would need to do is give ourselves some flexibility, assuming some portion of it's gonna be borrowed, right? If we say
Right.
$1 million, $500,000, whatever it is gonna be for cash, some portion's gonna be borrowed. We need to give ourselves some flexibility in that borrowing authorization to go higher than the 3.1 million.
Right, and I'm just trying to
And
understand.
I don't know what that number is, but that's what we need to think
And in the
about.
motion, from a source of funds, free cash and others, right, that's the motion. Do we put it into our regular debt service, or do we need to go debt exclusion? Is it a separate vote? Like,
It
is
would be a general.
debt service.
It would be a general fund debt service payment.
Okay.
So if it's a borrowing authorization, we have to have bond counsel draft the most, it's not something that just happens
Overnight.
on the fly.
Understood.
And we have new bond counsel as of now, because Jay Gonzalez is gone, so.
Right.
But they know how to do this stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
they're not gonna turn around in an hour
Right.
or day. So, I guess, putting aside the PPA for a second, what is attractive? Because I'm getting the sense that this side of the room is kind of supporting direct purchase. So what is attractive to, about the direct purchase based on this analysis? Because if you look at, the net present value, it's with a lot of unknowns, it's not super high? Is it the fact that we don't have energy bills?
Yes.
Okay.
For me, that's what's most attractive. You don't have energy bills for as long as you have that functioning roof, a canopy that's not degrading, and the useful life of a school of 50 years and a roof of 20 to 25 years and a canopy of who knows. That's what's attractive to me.
And you're willing, putting the numbers aside for a second, but willing to take on the risk associated with that, with the ownership, that something fails, catastrophic failure. I mean, we have insurance, obviously, but,
Yep.
We got to replace the roof. Because I think these numbers change if we're at 20 versus 25, right? I mean, if you go to that red table, you're probably taking off $400,000 or $500,000 if I saw it correctly. In years, yeah, 100,000 each year. So that's what's attractive, and so you're willing to take the risk on that because you think you're betting on the fact that the energy bills are going to go, the unknown of energy bills is a greater risk to the town financially than the debt service and the potential risk of this.
I guess I don't see it as risk, right? The unknown energy bills, there's kind of known-ish energy bills based on what the modeling that Jay's done. There's known debt service when we break even around year 11 to 13. And there is potentially upside of getting energy credits on excess power generation, which offsets energy bills across the town enterprise. There's free energy beyond the break-even point. And yes, there's risk around a part breaks. If a part breaks and the PPA fixes it, or the part breaks and the PPA fixes it, but we still want someone else to look over their shoulder and see that they fixed it correctly. There's always gonna be some maintenance and risk, but at those maintenance risk costs of a couple $100,000 on free energy for 20 years, yeah, I'm comfortable with that risk.
But we're not realizing that until year 13. So we're gonna get essentially, let's assuming we gotta replace the roof at year 20.
Yep.
We're gonna get that benefit for, 7 years.
Yep, 7 to 9 years.
7 to 9 years. And so looking at the net present value, you think it's worth it?
Yep.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, as I said, I think we started a process with this subcommittee and we wanted the finance committee to weigh in, and so they've been waiting for information, so it's worthwhile that we get the up-to-date numbers from Select. We have a meeting, see what their concerns are.
So just Mike, sorry, I just want to stop you for 1 second. So this subcommittee that you're talking about, I don't remember us ever putting together a subcommittee. I know you guys were going to work on it together. I don't know where the subcommittee came from or who's involved in the subcommittee.
I think it was a previous meeting, we thought we'd bring in somebody from FinCom, and
Yeah.
it was Brian who'd been involved in it. I think we talked about it at this table. And then Jeff, as the vice chair, I think was nominated by FinCom. Ken was part of it, so we did discuss it a couple months ago. There'd be a working group, and of which we would bring in Finance Committee in addition to Jay and Chris and Ken.
You actually suggested Finance Committee be added to the working group.
I don't remember a working group. I remember we asked Finance Committee to do an analysis. I don't remember a working group. So I'm just curious where the subcommittee came from, because you keep referring to the subcommittee. I was just a little confused.
It was a couple months ago, and we discussed it right here.
Okay,
But we still need to turn things around in, a week.
right. Well, actually, you gotta turn around sooner than that.
If it's bond council, it needs to write something.
Yes.
But I mean, bond council can put something together and start working on it, and then we can, if we don't use it, we don't use it. It's not gonna be a 30-page document. It's
Yeah.
the kind of stuff that we usually do, right? So,
Right, it's just a split if we're gonna, and we can just leave the numbers blank,
Yeah.
right? For the
Right.
purpose of the discussion.
that's
If
what we
we're
usually do.
saying we're gonna use some free cash and we're gonna borrow some, we can.
So I guess to the point about the PPA that Anthea raises, I think, seeing these numbers at a 20-year mark, because it's likely that's when we're gonna have to replace the roof, might be beneficial as well. That's what we're talking about. It's more likely we're gonna have to replace the roof. As you say, you do this.
Yeah, the only problem is, and we can't ask to do that much more paperwork, is that it's skewed because the roof is not the whole system. The canopies will
I
not
see
be
what you're saying.
replaced at that. But
Right.
it's too hard to run this as, right now, as two different,
Mhm.
you're doing a fraction, 40% of the system.
Right.
At 20 years, and the other one's at least going to 25 on the canopy.
So in Zapotec's cost estimates, the rooftop system is 1.19 million and the canopy system is 1.9 million. So the rooftop system is a little bit
Yeah.
cheaper.
So in terms of updated data, if we asked Select to build 600 grand into their models for underground work and sort of make ready on the roof with conduits coming up to the roof at all, that would make them comparable, their cost estimate to Zapotec's, so about 2.4, whatever.
Mhm.
They would build that into their EPC costs, they would also build it into their PPA rate. And I would just quickly update those in my model and tell you what the results are, their inputs.
Jay, is there any soft costs, if Solec was to do the project, is there any soft costs we need to build in for
We need to-
CA
Which
services?
they were told to carry was the 200,000 that we're carrying for the engineering.
So
has
they
to be
need, so they need to
reimbursed.
build in 800,000 as opposed to 600,000, is that what we're saying?
So Michelle, you like the budget certainty.
Good, Beth?
Like, I'm thinking about that, like, I think it's gonna go up way more than 2%. So I like the budget certainty of, I paid it today, I have this, I know what this is, it's off the table, that expense. Because I can't control the escalation of it, I'm a slave to it.
Right, the debt service is predictable.
Yes, exactly.
The
So
outlay
you
of energy
just-
cost is volatile.
Yeah, so to me, that's more of it.
I'm just one person.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
just,
No,
I
I'm just trying to
appreciate it.
understand it, yeah.
I get it, no, it
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, and
But I
as I-
think-
we
sorry.
might not know, what members of, FinCom think, that, they might say, hey, we've got a lot of, turnbacks this year, that's operating revenue, let's turn it into operating revenue for the long term, right? So rather than turning operating revenue into capital, I don't know. So I never really know what, is gonna come out of those discussions, but certainly starting with the right information, is gonna be helpful, because we spent a lot of time trying to figure out why the numbers were different, right? I mean, and so, I think
So thank you again
I think
making sense
the
of it.
conversation will be a lot, more streamlined once we get the information.
But I guess where I get hung up is, it's really just a 7 to 9 year. I mean, we gotta wait 13 years before we realize that benefit, most likely, under this analysis.
So I just to that point, and to Mike Beckencourt's point, if you pay more of the money from a different source, then that bonding number comes way down, and the
Right.
number of years of red go down too. So depending on the scenarios you're talking about, you might be talking about 15 years of free energy. It all depends on which scenario you're using.
But it's the idea of cost of capital, right? So whether it comes, because it's
Well,
fungible. So you
yeah.
really use the 3.1 million at 4 or 5% in this calculation. But Rich, I would say that you don't have to wait 12 years to benefit from it, or 13 years, because you're locked in, you know what your expenses from day one. You bring a predictability to the budgeting process. I know you get that.
I get that. I guess my question is, and we're not gonna talk about this tonight, cause it's already 10 o'clock. But from a capital standpoint and all our needs, as you saw on the spreadsheet and things like that, is this the best use of capital funds? With these unknowns and risks out there, if we are gonna use, let's say, a portion of free cash and we're gonna bond, obviously that's going to affect us from doing something else.
Yep.
Gym floor, Chris? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think we,
Pick your poison.
we can't just be in a position of paralysis, right? We can't say we need a capital override, we need the CPA, we need ARPA money, all to go to capital, because everything is, it's, I see it as an operating cost long-term, and, if we're in a position to reduce our long-term operating costs, I think it's a fair question, but that would be with us applying some funds. I've always said from the beginning, I'm not in favor of borrowing for the full amount, even though it may make, economic sense. I think we gotta chip away at that number a little bit to start getting a return sooner. That's just my impression, so.
Because Mr. Fallon mentions the high school, I will let you know the EFPBC did put forward an article for fall town meeting. We're looking for some money to get going on engineering work for our structural problems. That report just came in at like 12:30 in the morning on Saturday. It's 35 pages. It'll be going to Rich and Beth soon for you guys to review. You know, there'll be some significant expense coming down the line. It has nothing to do with the gym floor, John.
Absolutely.
We're talking about the concrete you can't see. So, I mean, there will always be something.
And until then, tune in lynch2025.com.
Website.
I feel like we're at a presidential debate.
Right there.
So just
Put it on
for
the
the
website.
next week, so what is the plan? You know, for October 5th, are we gonna be prepared to make a decision that night? And what do we need to do to get there in order to have that conversation that night and not invite school committee members?
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's in the audience.
You're not upset by
I
that?
know we scheduled our meeting purposely on the night that you had, thinking you wouldn't be here, and this
Yeah.
is what happened.
Exactly.
Well played, school committee, well played.
I mean, I don't think that we need to be, if we can get what we need to on the 5th from bond council, and we can still move on, you know, in parallel path with direct purchase and with the PPA, then, I mean, we'll just get more information. We'll meet with the subcommittee, maybe clear at that point, and we can invite FinCom and, you know, have this conversation about we're recommending this because of what. I just don't know if it's gonna happen between today and the 5th. It may, you know,
Beth, how long do you need to turn,
So,
this Beth, not you, Beth, this
oh,
Beth.
sorry.
How long do you need to turn around some numbers?
I mean, with clear direction, I can ask Select to update their numbers and try to get something from them this week. My data is really, it's literally just inputs. So the modifications it will take a short period of time, and then I can summarize it and send that back out to Beth quickly. I'm assuming, are you saying you want them to add 800 or 600?
Well, I think
It
I
should
think
be
it's
800
eight,
to
right.
be,
600 puts them on par with Zapotec's number without the 30%.
but in
Right, but-
Zapotec's 30% had reimbursing our
Soft costs.
design fees that we've spent already.
Okay, so you want 800? Okay, I can tell them to do that, and then once I have that information, I'll pop them in the model and send that back out to you guys.
or ask them what their number would be, right? I mean, I guess we don't necessarily tell them what their number is gonna be. Maybe they've got, you know.
The difficulty with that is they haven't done, this is conceptual, they haven't been out to the site they haven't, well, I'm not
At
sure
this
what
point,
you
I
guys
think-
have given them to,
I think we need to minimize the differences between the analysis, and we need to agree on at least a cost number, I think.
right, and I think the benefit is if we're on par with Zapotec's at the 3.1, give or take. I mean, I think Select's costs that they've projected for their systems are reasonable. So it's the whole underground and then the soft costs that are not built in. If we ask them to add 800,000, I think that's a reasonable number to compare, and a more direct comparison is, as you suggested, of the two options.
Okay, now turning to this, Beth, what do you need?
So, unless you want to go into town meeting with two options, and definitely postpone one on the floor of town meeting.
That's what we initially discussed, I think.
That's for you all to decide. I was kind of in the assumption we were going to try to make a decision before the motions were due on the 13th. But if you
Let's do
would prefer
We can do that, right?
to
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, no, we should be able to do
So
that.
we're meeting on the 5th, and then we're meeting on the 16th, but the
Right.
motions are due on the 13th.
the motions are due.
So if we need to, we have 4 days to have a virtual meeting to specifically discuss which of these two options we have as well, right?
Our fourth meeting in October.
So I think the question is, I can work on both motions. We can have them ready. The question is what you all need
So,
beyond what Beth is putting together.
so if
to
Beth,
make a
you do that
decision.
analysis, if you have the motions prepared, let's hopefully we can make a decision on the 5th.
My motions will not have any dollar values in them that I put together.
That's fine.
What date is your hearing on the warrant, the town manager's hearing?
So I think we were scheduling it for the week of October 30th.
It's on Halloween.
So,
It's on Halloween.
for what it's worth, that might be another hard stop to think about, because I think this is a lot for everybody to absorb, so, because if you still have both articles and both motions, Beth's gonna have to present both, and you'll have some folks
Well, I still
asking a
know,
lot of questions.
I just don't know what happens when the full finance committee gets to analyze this, and,
It's
you know.
not the full finance, it's just the subcommittee.
No, but I mean, eventually, on the floor of town meeting, the finance
They're
committee is gonna
rendering
make a
an opinion.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, I hate to have, us go in one direction and the finance committee go in a different direction, and it causes even more confusion, so.
That never happens.
That'd be a first.
So we want to have one motion on this issue, ideally on the 5th, but absolutely before the 13th.
Well, I mean, this is why they pay us the big bucks. I think we need to make a decision and present it to town meeting. So,
Well, we're always gonna be making a recommendation to town meeting, right? There are articles, so I mean, if we, walk into town meeting and we IP one of them, we can explain why. I think that's what we owe town meeting, right? Because we're gonna be asking for authority for, PPA or for borrowing, so, but it's, how we've done it before. I think that's, we put two placeholders in, right? One for direct purchase and one for, so I think this was our strategy, so, but,
Right,
to
it's just a
Chris's
matter of
point,
whether
there's-
you IP it, you IP it now, you're gonna have to explain either way, right? Because we already have the two articles in.
Yep.
So whether you IP it before October 13th or you IP it like the night of town meeting when we discuss it. But I think that's just the question, time-wise.
Can I ask a question of the school committee? Which is, the school committee either voted on both of these motions or did not, right?
Yeah, we voted favorably on both.
Okay, so we're not,
No.
My understanding
No, no,
was,
no.
we asked if you wanted to co-sponsor, and my understanding from Dr. Hackett was that you hadn't made a decision about whether you wanted to co-sponsor.
Oh, I heard
At our last
Different
meeting.
right now.
We can talk about co-sponsoring.
we'll give you,
Co-sponsoring.
we'll give you time to answer that question. You don't need to
yeah,
answer that now.
so sorry,
Now you wish you had a
my
longer meeting,
my
don't you?
question is just, we're not going to be
I've lost total control.
doing, we're not gonna be doing something that the school committee is, I mean, that,
Ah.
I just don't want us to hit a point where we put two motions out and we're,
Well, that'd be fun.
everyone is in disagreement
At a
on
sixth night to town
various
meeting.
things.
So
We
I
all
think
voted against, we
the,
voted against, great.
Oh, you might have the
school
numbers by
committee
then.
has to agree to lease the building under a
Right.
PPA, so.
The school committee just opted not to co-sponsor.
Yeah.
We had a member who basically was looking for a lot of this, would feel more comfortable seeing this information, and it was pointed out that we always have the option to simply recommend favorable action, which gives a representative of the school committee the opportunity to get up and say so in front of town meeting.
Okay, it's 10:07. We have a couple other things that we have to get to tonight. So, do we have a plan for the next week? Everyone okay with that?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you all for joining us. Don't come back.
Thanks for the presentation, that was very good.
Thank you, Beth. Beth, thank you very much for all your hard work on this.
Oh, my pleasure,
Beth, thanks a lot, appreciate it.
seriously.
So we're gonna skip the capital and ARPA funding discussion.
Good plan.
We're gonna, 6 is off the table. A Board of Health Select Board Liaison. Anthea's volunteered to do that, maybe,
Sure.
Just
Yes.
get volunteer.
Got
unless somebody else wants to do it. I'm just trying to move the docket now. Anyone have an issue with that?
I'll second that.
All right, great. We have nothing to discuss on fall town meeting warrant?
So I just want to mention, if I can find my memo here. So one of the items that you have, on the fall town meeting warrant is the health insurance stabilization fund. So when we created that fund, we discussed, and town meeting specifically asked if we would develop a set of rules, guidelines for how we allocate money, when and how we allocate money into the funds, when we take it out, if there's a maximum. So Stacy and I had a kind of preliminary conversation with Mike last week, and we'll be putting together a very draft set of guidelines for the board to consider at your meeting on the 5th, when you take that vote, in terms of,
Do we have an amount?
we have $1.2 million that was a turn back in the FY '23 health insurance budget that closed to free cash. You can allocate all or part of that 1.2 million. And so that will be one of the motions that you're voting on October 5th, is how much you want to put into the health insurance stabilization fund from free cash.
And we had, a plan change, so there was, more turnbacks.
This
than-
is a one-time.
Yeah. So what we're trying to figure out is looking at historically what our, percentage increases relative to our $12 million plus, healthcare budget, and what percentage we should keep as a buffer. I mean, I would say a percentage of, in the health insurance stabilization fund, right? It's not, the goal isn't for us to just fill up the stabilization fund, so it's, has, tens of millions of dollars in it. The goal is, if we have a tough year, and we get numbers that we didn't anticipate, we can use that as a buffer, and we don't have to make a plan change because of, numbers.
So is your sense to say, all right, we're gonna have the stabilization fund be up to 10% of the
Yep.
annual premium,
That was
15% or something
Whatever,
like that,
whatever
right?
we
That-
decide,
yes.
right?
That's what we discussed.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, a surprise of over 7, over 8, tap that of some number,
Right.
right?
And that's gonna be for the 5th?
And we'll
That
have
will be
it,
on the 5th.
okay.
Is everyone okay with that
So
direction?
we'll have the policy-ish, and we'll have a number that we want to vote.
That's the plan.
Sounds good.
And that was created recently.
Yes, 2 town meetings ago, I think?
So does,
Yeah,
Spring of,
Is there-
spring of 20,
I think it was fall, because
Was
we
it fall?
moved 275,000
You're
into
right.
it, I think.
okay.
fall of last year.
Yes.
Okay.
Fall of 2020, 22, sorry.
Spring 2020, I'm reading your memo. Did I just ask that question and I'm looking
Did
at
I
it?
say spring?
Spring of
Is-
2020.
Yeah.
All right, anything else on fall town meeting warrant articles?
I think that's it.
Okay. We'll have to vote our motions on October 5th. Have we said that yet? CPA working group, any update? Or are we good right there till the 5th?
So we have our subcommittees assigned based on the different funding mechanisms. And so everyone is meeting initially, I think this week with their subcommittees, in theory. And so we're moving forward with that.
Do we know the date that we need to vote to put it on for the March election?
I think Mary Ellen,
No, it's
It's
November.
November. Of
Presidential
24.
election.
Oh, that's right. We're
it's
going,
just town meeting that we.
Spring, it would go to town meeting in the
that's
spring.
right, spring town meeting. Never mind. I was thinking it had to be on the
And
March
also, I
election.
don't know if it's up yet, but Beth and Jen Caffarella created a landing page connected under the select board site for information from the slide presentations, from the information from Mary Ellen, and we're gonna keep, the capital list, we're gonna kind of keep putting everything in that one area, so residents can see it, members of the committee can see it, and, hopefully it'll be, helpful moving things forward.
Anything else?
We had a kickoff meeting last Monday with that,
Yep.
which was mentioned, but, so got everyone sort of on board and engaged, and then sort of moved towards these small group meetings this week to start to flesh out some content.
Great. Thank you both.
I'm happy to read anything that you want to send along as a draft, but don't invite me to your meetings, but I'm happy to review. Should you throw things on a website or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing to add is, no one's, probably everyone has given up on watching this meeting, but, if we want to kind of add specific, like, flair of Winchester and having pictures and images and sort of things that sort of reflect what are these, open space, historical buildings, things like that. So, collecting photos, images, nice pictures of the fells in different seasons, things like that. And I know we've been talking a bit about just how we manage our layout and things like that down the road.
Yeah, and I spoke with Ganesh Ramachandran from Natick, who is kind of the model that we're using, and he provides some insight in how important that visual imagery is for residents to support it and be engaged with it and access the materials. So less information, more pictures was his strategy, which works well, because right now we have zero information. But I think that, as we mentioned last time, we're going to try to have someone support kind of the putting together the materials in a way that's somewhat attractive. So we'll see.
All right, sounds good. 20 Glenwood, so we notified the buyer that they awarded the RFP. Council and their council drafted a P&S, which is very standard P&S for real estate closing. At this point, I think the closing date is end of October. October 27th, I thought I read in there. So we will be looking for any comments, questions on the P&S, and then authorization for the town manager to execute the P&S. And
So you guys are listed as the signatories. Do you want me?
we would sign the P&S, that's fine.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to review it, honestly.
I reviewed it, had no questions.
I reviewed it, and I could have missed it, but I didn't see, and it may not be appropriate for the PNS, right? This is just the sale, but there's no remedy or condition on tearing down the structure. Obviously, it's the RFP, but I didn't see it called out so much.
So they're buying the property as is.
Yep.
And so it just becomes their responsibility.
So the neighbor letters and things would go to them.
Exactly.
Yes.
But we can't make it a condition of the sale, because it was a condition of the RFP, but I don't see it reflected in the purchase and sale. And maybe that's not
I think,
appropriate,
so,
because I'm not a real estate person.
yeah, my understanding of the RFP is we had to accept the 40,000 for a purchase as is.
I
And
think
not-
your point is though that you want the PNS to have a condition that they have to tear the property down in whatever, X time period or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how you enforce that, but I don't know
I
if
don't
the
know if
lawyers
we-
could do,
I don't-
don't know
maybe
if
we
can
couldn't.
do that.
I don't think you can enforce that.
I
A
think we
plan,
could.
Why
a demo
did we put it
contract,
in
a
the
purchase
RFP if we
order?
couldn't enforce it?
I
We
don't
didn't
know.
put it in the RFP,
We did put it in the RFP.
but they had to tear it down.
Yes,
We said they would be responsible for the cost,
They
but
were
we wouldn't tear it down.
right. I don't know. I don't know if there's a, show me the day that the demo shows up and within 30 days of closing. I don't know. I'm just speaking out loud.
Yeah, I mean, if we're cutting essentially $30,000 worth of value off of their offer for them to
And they
to
don't
take it
follow
down,
through
and they don't follow through,
on demo,
demo,
we look a little foolish.
a lot foolish.
Okay.
And
Well, if it was the RFP,
I can ask town council if we can add a condition that
it was,
requires them to tear the property down within.
I don't
X
recall, but it
periods
was
of
an
time.
RFP that said this is a condition of buyer purchasing the property. It's gonna be demolished.
we will not demolish.
We
is
will
the
not,
point.
we said
That's
we would
what it
not,
said.
we would not pay, we would not pay to demolish it.
Right.
But we
So
gave us-
They have, the buyer has to demolish it.
That was
No.
their response, that they would
that was in their response.
purchase it and demolish
It
it.
should also be.
But it's not a condition of the RFP,
It,
right?
It is, I
It
mean, that's what we were
was-
told
I
by
think
town
it
council. I
was.
don't remember.
Patty, what are you doing, watching ESPN over there?
SVP.
I didn't want to accidentally hit the wrong one, and you actually hear something, so no, I'm not watching anything.
Just kidding. That's- Because even if they put it in their response, that's,
They gave us, so
Responses
my
can be
understanding
binding.
is, Beth, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they put in their response to the RFP, two prices. $70,000 if we take responsibility for tearing the building down, or $40,000 if, they buy the property as is and we'll take the responsibility of remediating the property. Town council, my understanding, is, said you can't accept the higher number, you have to accept the lower number under the bid rules. So the only option we could consider is the $40,000 and them tearing down the property.
But I thought town council said that we couldn't accept the 70,000 because the RFP said that
We would not be
that
responsible.
the
Yeah, 'cause we're not
buyer.
compliant.
So I just
Right.
pulled up Liz's
property.
email while we're sitting here, and her email said the RFP states the purchaser would be responsible for demolition.
Right. And in their response, which can sometimes be binding, they said, we will demolish. So I guess I'm just trying to find a way to hold them.
To put a condition in the
That.
P&S
Yeah.
that I can ask town council.
Or show up with proof of a demolition.
So if that condition goes in, is everyone comfortable with the PNS as drafted?
Yeah, I'll look at it again. I haven't looked through it.
Okay, so,
We can bring it back on October 5th if you want.
Closing is the end of October?
October 27th.
Okay.
Is that great? Is that what's in there?
That's what it says, yeah.
So in a case like that, now, you guys are real estate attorneys, would we hold an escrow? Maybe it's not 30,000, maybe it's 10,000 or 20,000 until they do the work? No, can't do that, because we have to.
No, I think what you would do is just say this condition survives the transfer of the deed, and then if they don't do that, then you can theoretically sue them.
Right, I'm trying to get out of the sue game
Yeah.
and give them an incentive to do it.
Well, we are holding their $10 deposit, so.
I saw that.
Saying it's a little bit of leverage we've got on it.
That's
But, I
leverage
mean-
with a capital L right there.
But the deposit, I mean, no one's gonna they can't tear down the property until they have title to it.
Correct.
And, it might take them, I don't know what the scene is. They may have, they need to line up a demolition contractor. There may be hazardous materials in there that they need to, consider disposing of. So
We know
it may
consultants.
take more than 30 days. It may take, to the spring to do it.
Right.
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, the goal is, we're taking a big hit on the value of this property because, the neighborhood wants it gone, so we don't want them to, feasibly, when they take title to it, they could also sell it, right? And they can market it, they could rehab that building, and put somebody in there, they could do that themselves. So if our goal is that we're taking a big hit just to get it demolished, then, it's fair to put it in there. I mean, if this is, the time of this, the closing is, October 27th at, noon, I wouldn't be surprised at 12:01 if they're, demolishing, but I mean, we need to, it's worthwhile to put it in there.
Yeah, I don't know how. I just wanted to see if there's a way, I'd like to see it in there.
I can ask town council.
We'll punt
So-
on that to the 5th. So plan on a long meeting on the 5th.
The proposal shall be responsible for the demolition of the existing structure and construction or the purchase of the property for other units, for other purposes.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand anything you said.
Whereby the proposal shall be responsible for the demolition of the existing structure and construction, and construction of the new housing units or purchase of the property for other purposes. So that was what we had included in the proposal, is that they would be
They would be
responsible
responsible
for
for the demolition of the
demolition.
building. Okay. I don't think we said they have to demolish it, to Mike's point.
Yeah,
In theory, I guess they could rehab it and put somebody in there. Make an accessory dwelling unit. I have no idea.
Yeah. Improve it in some ways. I mean, the neighborhood wants it looking better than it does. The neighborhood wants it gone. We've heard from them, so whatever that looks like, whatever's enforceable. I'm good.
I will find out what we can do.
All right, the Climate Action Advisory Committee, so we punted on this the last time, to see if expanding the committee was a viable option. So right now they have an odd number of members. If we were to expand it by one person, they would have an even number, which kind of presents a problem. You can expand it by 2 more people, then it's an odd number again, but, it's great that we have this much, interest in the committee, but, also, I kind of thought about this more, does it make sense that, every time we have, a talented crop of people to apply, that we go, our initial reaction is try to expand the committee.
I'd say the answer is no.
Right, so I think it just presents, logistical problems, for, kind of pointed out by the town clerk and things like that, so I would be inclined not to expand and, accept, Josh Beers and Rachel Chidsey. I think were the two that the committee, we got some emails about supporting. They were, all excellent candidates, and maybe Caroline can be a non-voting member, and, if an opening comes up, she can join, but that would be what I think we do at this point. I'm not sure what anyone else thinks, and I'm only just trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke
the
to several
conversation.
members of the committee, I mean, and, I think that, they're always, looking for more help and more support, and I think they would welcome, us adding additional member, and it may be that we, then, on the next cycle, don't add one, or we do whatever, but it's, they said it's rare and really, almost unprecedented. They have a close vote, on the Climate Action Committee, so it's right. So it's, to, focus on that being the reason to not have a capable and willing volunteer, especially when, they've, lost a couple, really strong volunteers. I don't know. I mean, I would leave it up to them. They know the work that they have in front of them more than we do, and they're advisory to us. So their votes are a recommendation. So if it came out their vote was 4-4, which would be very unusual, I think that would factor into our thinking.
So I'll go next. I think we reappoint Josh. I think we appoint Rachel to the other term to expire August 31. If Carolyn wants to show up as a non-voting member like the high school students do, if the Climate Action Committee comes before us and others with a bylaw to change the composition of their committee, let them initiate that request, let them follow that through. I don't think we should be adding and growing committees at this table. So my motion would be for Josh and to reappoint, and Rachel for the other seat.
And just
not to
historically, that is
expand.
what we've done though here. We, and that committee was actually smaller, and we did increase it. So that's why we've had these conversations in the past of how many we increase, and that's when we decided to stagger the appointments as well. So, but certainly they can make a recommendation if they feel.
So is that a motion, Michelle?
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
Do you want to make them one,
Second, yeah.
make them one at a time, or you want me to make it as a whole?
Whatever is
I
second.
made it as Josh for the reappointing and Rachel for the term to expire August 31, 2026.
Do you want to
Josh's term
separately,
as well.
Patty?
Usually it is separate, so we can just do,
Josh.
Josh is reappointing and Rachel.
Josh to reappoint for a new term to expire August 31, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay. And I
Okay.
mean, that's because I want to add, not because I'm opposed to those, of course. So it's
Got it.
great applicants, we're lucky.
Is there any other motions on this?
Okay, next motion. Rachel Chidsey for a term to expire August 31st, 2026.
To appoint Rachel Tiz-
To appoint Rachel Chidsey to a term to expire August 31st, 2026.
Is there a second? All right. We'll extend our meeting.
Well, can we, I mean,
Can I second a motion?
I think, in terms of what Mike said, I think if the committee would like to sort of work to the bylaws and extend their membership and add someone else, I think that they're really excellent candidates who I think would benefit the committee to be engaged. And through, some emails and things that came through, it sounds like, the committee did find that they were both really strong candidates. So, I'm happy for us to appoint Rachel, but I also just
want that to be that if we're extending, if the membership of the committee, that we're appointing Caroline to that seat and not sort of saying that this committee is now 8 members and it's
Wide open.
reopening.
So
I'll
may I
second Michelle's motion.
interject?
Second, Michelle's
Yes.
motion? All right.
You heard John's, I do have to interject on this because Mary Ellen did weigh in on this. And basically, her recommendation is that, to plan, where did I just see,
Look at yours.
oh, I had it and it went.
I knew it.
The particular committee has evolved over the 13 years, and in the, Lisa had put in that she planned on putting together working subcommittees, including student involvement to assist with the implementation of the plan. So there's the subcommittees and there's the student positions on, so even number of members is not recommended as it can affect the ability to get a quorum if it breaks. She recommends that you can change the membership. You recommend increasing to 9. However, I always caution increasing committees because we have so many vacancies on the board. The board may be better served to create working groups with non-voting members volunteering for specific projects. That's pretty much what she's saying. So then you keep it as is.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna ask this question, does anyone wanna make a motion to appoint anyone else besides Josh to this committee tonight?
You have a motion that was
Yes.
seconded.
Seconded?
I would like to
Second.
appoint Rachel.
All right,
Is it?
so I guess I'll
This,
do,
the motion was for Rachel.
Yes.
so I'll do a roll call vote. Michelle,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
and Thea?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mike?
No.
Okay. Consent agenda, and I think there's a supplemental consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda as posted for Tuesday, September 26, 2023.
No, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to approve the supplemental consent agenda for, posted for Tuesday, September 26, 2023.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, WinCam. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.